Well then. Thank you, OBS, for disconnecting everything once again. And for having us have to restart and have the ads play once again. I don't know why this keeps happening, but that's an OBS issue. Oh, wow!
Lily Toto just subscribed for 7 months. FragRaptor 13 pop.
Oh. I thought she was gonna say more than that. So there go our ads again. I'm so sorry. Thank you for subscribing again, Tot. I was thinking about you all day yesterday, and I kept meaning to stop and send you a message every time that I was done, like, doing a chore or whatever. And every time I finally sat down while finishing up whatever said chore was, I immediately forgot that I wanted to message you, and I apologize, because I kept meaning to just, like, reach out and be like, hey, I love you. Alright. Thank you, baby! Wait, where is our now playing? Where'd that go? There we go. Alright, I'm very sorry about that. Hopefully it won't happen again, but if it does, at least we know it's coming. There we go, there's our uppies. And back to the art. That is not the bad egg. That is actually Berserk. Whoa! I minimized everything. Oops. Get flipped, nerd. No! Oh, I was just about to pick up Berserk. Oh, never mind. You scared them away, Q. Discriminated against because I'm a roaming egg. Hashtag roaming lives matter. A roaming egg gathers no moss. That's not true. You can't escape me. I have the hardest time remembering how many zigzags this little head bolt thing has. Oh yeah, I had a weird dream last night. I don't remember all the details, but I do remember that Dr. Sawyer had a weird cameo. I don't know if it was really intended to be him or just like a mad scientist that my brain was just like, yeah, I don't know, put it on like a monitor and like you'll autofill the rest. But I was like in this escape room laboratory type deal. There were a lot of like warehouse boxes and stuff. Like, you know, the big ones, the big crates. Like those big containers that like you can walk in. And they have like the doors. And then they usually have like grooves or whatever. And they would open up like that. There were a lot of those storage containers like all over this big unit of a room. And like, you had to like keep weaving in and out of different rooms that were made out of these boxes. Like you would find an area that was like kind of blocked off and you'd have to like go in, and then there'd be like tables and stuff in the back and all this other junk and like stuff on the tables, and you'd have to like find out what to do to solve the puzzle to get out of that area or whatever. It was kind of crazy. And at one point, like I walked in through one of those areas and there was this huge botanical lab set up. And I was going through all the shit on the table, trying to find, I think, a document or like a password code or something to get through the door. And while I was looking, a voice like started to broadcast throughout the room, and I could see there was like a single monitor hanging, like an old TV in school, like hanging up on the corner area of the botanical zone that I was in. And like it was like weird. It was a combination of mad science and like apothecary, because there were jars of skulls and shit, but then there was also like science-y mumbo jumbo going on. And the voice that was broadcasting was saying some kind of threats at me and the other people or whatever that I was with, because I was with someone. And I wasn't really paying attention to what was being said, just that I knew we were being monologued at, and whoever it was like the evil guy. And they were showing something on the monitor. I don't know if it was instructions or just like mocking or whatever, but that's all I really remember, was that we were frantically looking for something to try and escape from this weird mad scientist storage unit warehouse. I don't know. Technically, you could make the head bolt something different because Zooble can literally mix and match their appearance. That is true, and I actually did think about doing a different version of Zooble for each one of these, but then I realized, no, that's just going to get convoluted and I'm going to overthink it. Got bored at work yesterday and downloaded Ibis Paint on my phone to actually be able to draw. Hell yeah, have you done anything fun with it yet? You know, people are actually using those as houses. I've heard of that, and I feel like they've done a really good job with it. If I knew anything about like how to safely do stuff like that, I don't feel like I would hate living in a storage unit home. You mean like the chapter 4 cutscene? Kind of, but like you were trapped in that cutscene. Like you couldn't do anything other than sit there in that box and listen to him. Meanwhile, me, even in dream form, I still have too high ADHD to function for any villain who is a monologuing villain. Because the whole time he's going off, I'm not listening to a fucking word that's being said to me. I'm over here touching all the jars and going through all the papers that are on the table and messing up all the research. I was frantically looking for whatever it was that I was supposed to be looking for, to the point where it started to annoy the other people or person that I was with. I don't know how many I was with. I want to say it was more than one, but probably not like a group or anything. There was like a stealth component to getting around because there were people who were in the building that we were trying to avoid. But as you guys have learned, I'm not good at being stealthy. Can't believe you found the doctor's secret storage pod for Yarnaby's stuff. It's the doctor's secret garden hobby. I always think it's funny when I end up having dreams about fictional characters, because that actually happens to me quite often. I don't dream of real people as much as other people seem to. And it was something that I ended up getting in a little bit of a spat with my psych professor over, because back when I was in college, psych was like one of my huge interests. And my professor was such a dick. I hated that guy. He spent more time making jokes about how he wanted to divorce his wife than he did teaching, which was a super uncomfortable energy to bring to the room every fucking week. But he insisted that you can't have dreams of faces that you've never seen before. And I'm just sitting here like, what the fuck do you mean I can't have dreams of faces I've never seen before? I have literally had an entire dream about King Dorephan from Zelda Breath of the Wild being killed and his ghost coming back from the grave to tell me, the hero, that I needed to avenge him Hamlet style because his son was the one who was now in charge and I had to make sure that his son didn't fuck everything up. So what do you mean that you can only dream of faces that you've seen before when I'm over here drawing or dreaming in fucking cartoons? I had some wacky ass dreams myself. One I remember is a Skyrim dungeon crawler, but water park. Like, I dream up entire characters and stuff. The settings in my dreams are often reoccurring too, which is weird. Like, there's one specific mall that only exists in my dreams, and it frustrates the fuck out of me because I've been to so many malls in the past that are similar, but are not the mall that I keep having dreams in. And it's crazy because every time I have this dream, like, I'm wandering around this mall like I've been here before, and I know exactly where I'm going, and I always end up where I need to be, but, like, where the fuck is this place? Wish that I had dreams of fictional characters. Most of mine are twisted versions of reality. I had one bendy dream, and I wrote it down so that I could include it in a fanfic. Yeah! Fun ideas from those dreams are always the best. All I heard was fucking cartoons. Ninja, you act like that's a new topic for us. Just remember that there was a water park that had, oh, and it had a massive water slide that you had to go through a dungeon crawl to reach the top. That sounds really fun, actually. Found Moss's mascot horror theme setting, the mall. Has there been a mascot horror that has been set in a mall? I think the Smile Room is the only one I know of. Weh! Rosie, why you squeeze? Most of my dreams are too real. Like, they're things that could actually happen to me. I forget what I dreamed about last night, but it was me in a not good situation, I know that. Question, because that just reminded me. Have any of you had fucked up dreams after taking Benadryl? Or any kind of, shit, what is Benadryl? Benadryl is not acetaminophen. Hold on. Oh, wait, no, it is acetaminophen. Tylenol, I'm sorry, that's the one that I was looking for. So I used to take Tylenol PM when I would get sick, and I would take that before bed because it would help knock me out or whatever and deal with the sickness. But I would always have ridiculously violent dreams anytime that I had taken acetaminophen before bed, which is Tylenol. Like, I'm talking straight up, like, the last one I had, I remember, was me getting into a fist fight with my cousin and, like, just absolutely out for blood. I was ready to kill in this dream. And it's always because I've had acetaminophen. Anytime that I have acetaminophen before I go to bed, I have the wildest, most violent fucking dreams. And I don't know why. Has there been a mascot horror series set in a mall? This guy. No, seriously, has there? Because I don't, off the top of my head, I don't think of any. I mean, does FNAF count just because the FNAF location was in like a side branch of a mall? Because I don't remember any parts of FNAF actually like taking place in the mall. We had Dead Rising, which is just a zombie game that takes place in a shopping mall. Some have Left 4 Dead, and I'm struggling to see, those are zombies, though. I don't see those as mascot horrors, even though they technically fall under that umbrella. Acetaminophen is one of those words that I can neither spell nor say. Haven't noticed any dreams like that tied to meds, but now I'm tempted to log and see if that's the case. If you find any interesting results with that, I would love to know. Because I've been curious about it ever since I discovered it in myself. I want to know if anyone else has weird dreams from any meds. Was the Pizzaplex not a mall? It was a shopping center. I guess I would count it. I think more so my thought process is like just traditional mall. Like, not like the whole mall itself would be themed after the theme park thing. I don't know. It'd have to be played with, but I think it would be cool. But I do think that you're right. That does really get close to it anyway. Greg says take Tylenol tonight, guys. No, don't just take drugs because I'm telling you to. That is, no. Kirby and the Forgotten Land. Oh, yeah. Oh, I didn't play that one. I completely forgot that was even a thing. That one looked like a lot of fun, too.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Thank you, Kazoo. I'd rather pop a perk, not gonna lie. Oh, Ninja! I meant to thank you. You weren't here earlier when I was doing the just talking segment, because we didn't do that very long today. But you gifted me that. Shoot, I only know the Zelda name of it, but the Crypt of the Necrodancer. Oh, what? Thank you, Snoopy.
Bet I can smash that.
But thank you very much for gifting me that. That might be what we end up doing tomorrow for stream. I had played the Zelda version of it on Switch, and I really, really enjoyed it, and I've never heard of that series before that one. But I had so much fun playing it that, like, I'm hooked on it. One major stage was in a mall, and even though, you know, it's Kirby, it's usually only the end bosses that are disturbing. It was still, like, abandoned and very unsettling. Yeah, the liminal space horror has really taken off in a very cool kind of way. We have any idea when that Backrooms movie is supposed to come out? Because I know they've mentioned it before.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Thank you, Sneak.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Being full-blown love bombed.
This is art. You will hear a buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, stare at the art.
We got a boomer!
Hold on. Where did all these eggs come from? Let's pop you guys up here. We've got 2 roaming eggs. Now you don't have to be alone, Lucky. No, they recently came out with a DDR-style game for the Necrodancer series. Did they? I can't play DDR games. I'm not coordinated enough for it. Oh, that's right. That's what I was doing. Puppies! I'm really curious how they're going to end up doing the Backrooms movie, though. Like, you can't make a movie that's just hours of found footage wandering through hallways. So, like, what is our plot gonna be, you know? We've got baby wars going on in the egg pit. Oh, Snake, did you get knocked out? Q, be nice. It's not it's not nice to pick on people who are shorter than you. Hey now. One of you is going to end up at Popple at this rate. I want to be wrong, but they'd probably just mess up any sort of Backrooms movie by being all about some sort of creature rather than the rooms itself. I'm not opposed to there being some sort of creature, but at the same time, I do feel like that does take away from the scariness of the concept of the Backrooms. Whoa, hold on. I'll allow it because that was definitely just a typo. Sorry about that. It's just what the people have done backroom stories that are more about things in the rooms rather than the eeriness of them themselves. Man, but there's so much you can do with the eeriness of the rooms. Like, that shit's terrifying. I know movie adaptations like the Marble Hornets one and really any Slenderman ones, they're gonna miss the point. Yeah. I hope that we're pleasantly surprised, but I don't have high expectations, I'm gonna be honest. think the backgrounds was ruined by trying to be explained. Yeah. What was scary about the backgrounds was the unknown factor of it. 100%. How do you cast Doug Jones as the operator and not have him move around doing uncanny Doug Jones stuff? Just stand around and teleport. I mean, I guess truthfully, that's all that the Slender Man and Marble Hornets did too, but that was because of, like, budget. Because when they first made it, it was literally just some dudes with a camera. Like, there was no budget. It was just people fucking around on YouTube. Like, that's how people did back in the day. But again, like you said, you can't have Doug Jones and not have him do Doug Jones stuff. I think we're good on the inks for this one. Let's go ahead and throw some flats on there. They look wonderfully exhausted. They were still able to make him do some things even with their limited abilities in the series. One that I still think about is how he was able to slink around in the sewers and crawl space under the school that one time. There was one clip that I remember that freaked me the fuck out so bad as a kid. And it was where he, like, I don't know if he, like, reached around a corner and, like, kind of leaned upwards into the room. But I'm pretty sure that's how it went. And it scared the shit out of me, because I think it was one of the first times we had ever seen him, like, just move. Because in the past, all he had done is, like, stand there. That one got to me for whatever reason, but I was super freaked out by Slender Man, especially Marble Hornets Slender Man, as a kid. I don't like being down here. I'd like my uppies back. Are you guys going to behave? Because if you aren't, nobody's going to get uppies but the eggs. Who's Slenderman? Slenderman is like the OG creepypasta. Like, you've got Smile Dog, you've got Jack the Killer, or whatever the fuck their names are, the Rake, Ben Drowned, all those guys, but Slenderman was like the one that put creepypasta really into the Hollywood gaze. Oh no, I forgot their other armhole. Okay, I can fix that. Jack the Ripper, Jeff the Killer. What did I say? I was never really into them, so I don't actually know their names. I know the Rake was one of them. People, like, really lost it for the Rake for whatever reason. My name is Jeff. Yeah, Jack the Ripper was a real dude. Jeff the Killer is not. He is a kind of crappy bedtime scary story. But he has a big following. So I'm not going to criticize. I said Jack the Killer, yeah, okay. Like I said, I'm not very well versed in them all. Slenderman was the only one that I was really, like, into because he scared the shit out of me. We can make Jack the Killer our own creepypasta. I'll let you guys be creative with that.
Way to go, superstar! I knew you could do it.
Years ago, I had a friend who was super into Ben Drown, and I didn't know anything about it, but I liked her Ben art, so one year for my birthday, she drew my Sonic OC stealing his hat. Aww! Oh, that takes me back to, like, the DeviantArt days. I generally like my Slenderman unexplained, but I do like the Tulpa theory, where he only harasses you if you think about it. I do really like tulpas. Like, the whole idea of a tulpa to me is extremely scary, because the more you fear it, the more real it becomes. Which, like, that's just, it's a self-feeding machine. I love that. It's terrifying. Creepypastas were not that good. The stories never had one way to go because so many people were making stories for them. Yeah, they were sort of like a community-built thing. Got distracted, but did you want to see what I've managed to draw at work on my phone? So yes, always! Show me your beautiful art, bitch! You'll never guess. Is it perhaps has been related? Freddy was doing that shit in the 80s. Like the eye corner ghost. Kind of. From what I remember, a tulpa is just an entity that the more that people believe in it, or the more that people think that it's real, the more it manifests. It's kind of like you can be safe by not thinking about him, like how? Yeah, like exactly like that. Oh my god, Tot. I love you to death, darling. That is not the right channel. But but god damn, wow, hold on, let me open that in my browser so I can actually see it up close. Shit, bitch! Look at those crisp lines. My hands shake way too much to get away with that quality. That looks gorgeous. You can put it in show and tell or your art. Share your art. Actually, I see we've got some other people shared some art in there that I haven't seen yet. Oh, Astarion. I hate him. I love him, but I hate him because he's so, he's so Astarion. That looks beautiful, introvert. I love the way that you do clothing folds. Like, I know it's a kind of weird thing to select out of all of this, but he's got such a beautiful ruffle there that you've drawn. Oh, Katsu, I love these doodles. Oh my god, that cat. That's like the same look that Boko gave me this morning when I got up. The more you think you saw something in the corner of your eye, the more you see things in the corner of your eye. Yeah! Oh, that's creepy. I love creepy shit. Actually, speaking of creepy shit, we watched a movie over the weekend, and it was my first time ever seeing this movie. It was hosted by our beloved Spooka. Rosie was also a participant. We had a couple others join us. But it was My Bloody Valentine, the original. Gotta say, fucking weird but wonderful movie. It had some amazing gore shots, especially for the time period that it was in. I don't know if we were watching an uncut version or not. We couldn't really tell because it was the one that was in
If you become
Popcorn
lightheaded
or...
from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you, Kazoo. But the version that we were watching was the one from Popcorn Palace, so I'm not sure which cut we got. Nice and bloody, though. Really get that with the clothes. A person who can draw clothes with all the creases is even more powerful than one who can draw hands. I agree with that. What's your favorite horror movie? Oh, good question. There's so many different genres of horror. I used to watch them all the time when I'd come home from high school. But it's been a hot minute since I've really watched any. I'm trying to think of what some of the last ones I've seen were. Let me check our list. I know we've watched a couple as a group. Chucky's a good classic. I really do like that one, and we did watch that one again recently. I can't say I'm really big on slashers for the most part. Wait. God, we need to clear out our movie channel. Still upset we haven't watched the other Death Note movie yet. Oh, that's right. We do need to do that, because I do enjoy that. That the Netflix one was a trip, I tell you. Did you finish Nep? Yep, I did. I finished him, and we started doing other stuff last week. This will be our second week doing any other 3D work besides Nep. Also, welcome, Apple Pie. Good to see you. Love the Saw movies. Oh, I still have to finish watching those. I think I stopped at 6. I had started watching them with some friends because I had never seen them growing up. Like, I'd never seen a lot of cult classic ones. Also, I think we might be done with this one. I don't know how I feel about the drowsy symbols being in black, but we'll just leave them like that for now. Let's go ahead and save. We might come back to check on it. Decide some other parts later. Personally don't like horror movies. Legit, the only horror I've watched was the FNAF one, which I took my older sister to see, and it was released in theaters. I'd say FNAF was a decent horror movie. I would like to have had a slightly more adult one, but they did a good job with what they had. Are there pics somewhere? I know Nep's been posting some renders of it. I have not personally taken any renders of him yet. I do plan to, but let me real quick go grab some. Give me just 1 minute here. So this was the first thing that I think he made with it, just as a cutesy little my boy. But then he also threw together this really cool shot of him on a motorcycle, which I fucking love how this one looks. This is so Mad Max. Nep is amazing when it comes to renders. Like, look at this blur effect with the sand kicking up. So good. And then we have another here of him floating in space. And something else that Nep added to it that I did not add that I'm really excited to have seen him do is he added a texture map to the jacket and the shirt. So you can actually see, when we zoom in, he's kind of got more of a fibrous look to it. Which is really cool. I'm glad he did that. I had a feeling he was going to take this model and run with it, so I'm excited to see where it goes. Eventually, I will hopefully be able to get to record something of him wearing the avatar. That way you guys can see it actually in motion, because watching him move and seeing him talk is great. He's got one of my favorite fuck yous of all time. Because when he says F sounds, they're just so aggressive. I'm very proud of how I made the lip sync on that. I did an art today and finally made my spider soda. I'm aware of how late I am to it. He is my best work yet, and he is all-powerful. That's awesome. We'd love to see that. If you're in the Discord, feel free to share pictures that you've created of them. Look at him. I legit only wanted to see it because I thought that they showed the bite, but found out that the actual bite was off camera. I'm sure he's ecstatic to have an amazing model to play with. Oh yeah. He appears to have been having quite the field day with it. I'm living very vicariously through him right now. Need the Discord? No problem. We have a command for that. There you are. Just please be sure to read the rules carefully so that you know how to join and get access to the rest of the Discord server. Alright, we are going to go ahead and do our second to last Zooble. And making great time in the process. Do not read the rules. Don't be like me, fumbling to post things in the correct channel. No, you must do everything strictly by the rules, and if not, you will be met with a permaban with no options to have it resolved or taken away. I am a very strict person with zero forgiveness. No, odds are I probably won't even fucking notice. That's a lie. I'd have been banned like 10 years ago if that was the case. Poor Katsu's been banned more times than anyone at this point just for posting emotes. There we go. Now we can get to inking this one. Still a little unsure about how I feel with the composition on this one. But I don't want to think about it any longer. Oh yeah, I went and told some people about my D&D campaign idea, and they straight up said that it sounds more like I'm making my own TTRPG. That's a good thing, though. It means you're putting in the effort. It's going to make it all the worthwhile to play. Take the rules out back so that we can check notes. Trauma dump? I'm gonna be honest, the trauma dump rule is there for a reason. I don't know what it is about me. I don't know if it's just me or if other people have had this experience, but I weirdly attract people who just, like, think that I'm their therapist. I don't know how. I guess just because I'm nice and I treat people like people. But I can't tell you how many times I've just been randomly on, like, VR chat and trying to meet other people, or just, like, hanging out with my friends and their friends coming and going. And one of them, I shit you not, will join the world, talk to other people, see me, and beeline over to me, having never met me before, and then just be like, hey, I'm so-and-so. My dad used to beat me when I was a kid. And I'm just sitting here like, cool. Nice to know, I guess. What a way to start a conversation. And like that then they'll just continue down that path, and it's like, I don't know what happened here. I'm just vibing. Like, I want to talk about this. But Frag, I'm sick and upset and I need your attention. You're very friendly, easy to open up to, and patient. Oh no. I mean, thank you, but I would at least like to, like, get to know you a little bit before I find out about your deeply rooted traumas and how they've sculpted you as a person. I also exceed this air, unfortunately. I believe it, Kat. You know my pain. I conjured this scene in my head of that happening for your fizzy avatar, just slowly panning over to them. And I'm sorry, but it made me laugh. No, the fun part is that always happens in my fizzy avatar. Like, the last time that happened, I was in a world with Locke, and we were doing, like, a bakery game, and we were just, like, making different types of bread. And this dude showed up and, like, legit, I shit you not, that example has been an example for a reason, because it's usually some kind of fatherly abuse that they'll just, like, go off about at random. And I had just, like, met this dude, and as I'm sitting there making bread, like, playing with the dough ball in my hand, he just drops that bomb on me for no reason. I'm just like, I just want to make bread. Leave me alone. 3 jobs finished. Typically 4, except the 4th doesn't have a discipline. Oh, a description, because I ran out of mental energy for them. Mama done used to beat me over the head with a plastic trash can. Why are they trauma dumping to a little clown demon? Exactly! I'm not like a friendly face to walk up to when I'm usually in VR. I'm like a fucking dinosaur or Fizzy or, I don't know, for a while there I was Pomni, and I think that just kind of gave off, like, short vibes. I'm usually some kind of monster, though, like... Just remember my first time on BRC, and you were trying to help me bake, and we were failing. His slow head turns and reaches for hidden mic. Okay, keep that guy away from me. Get them some therapy. You as Moss the Purser are, like, really chill and cool and amazing, but the characters that you gravitate towards don't have the same vibe as you. Yeah, oh no, that's it. Lately I've been wearing that Dr. Sawyer avatar. It hasn't been happening with Dr. Sawyer, thankfully, but I also haven't been in public worlds. Every time I've been in a public world with y'all, I just attract children and I hate it. No negative self-talk, Frag. Just because you aren't deemed normal by society doesn't mean that you're a monster. No, I want to be a monster, though. That's the thing. I don't want to be a boring people. I'm in VR. Why would I want to waste my time being a people? I already am one of those. I want to be a fucking dragon. That's why it's so funny to me. There's like so much hate towards the VR community from people who like just don't get it. And they'll be like, I don't understand. Why do you want to be like a cartoon character? Or why don't you want to just be like sexy? It's like, because I don't fucking give a shit. You are being presented with the option to be literally anything in the universe, and your mind stops thinking after sexy. For real? Nah. I'm gonna take this shit as deep as I can go with it. I mean, Avatar is just like Tails. That's okay, though. Your avatar should be whatever makes you happy. You're not here to please anybody else. Like being the toothless meme. It's more fun being an Eldritch Abomination. Exactly. Frag tapes it deep. I do. I take it real deep. I've never attempted the VR stuff, but I absolutely want... Oh, wanting a break from a human being. Yeah. Honestly, it's fun. Just, like, in general. A lot of the time, I'll get on and just, like, chill. It's fun to play games and stuff, but it's just as fun to sit and, like, watch a movie. Because it's so immersive and you can actually, like, hang out with people. It feels much more like hanging out with friends IRL. Except without the burdens of having to make sure that, like, you are being a hospitable host and have, like, food for your friends and, like, having to clean up the house and all that fun junk. Don't get the VR chat people who pick sexy as their avatar. That just makes me feel like they're insecure. Unfortunately, a lot of people are just insecure. You'd be amazed at the amount of people who have to change avatars literally bi-weekly, if not more frequently than that, because they just are insecure and don't feel like themselves in anything because they're the what is the word I'm looking for? The validation that they get comes from other people's attention and approval as opposed to self-gratification. So what they look like doesn't make them happy unless it garners the attention that they're seeking. So it doesn't really matter what they look like unless they are appealing to others, if that makes sense. I think I struggle to enjoy it as much as y'all because I struggle with motion sickness, and if we're just chilling, I generally prefer something like Discord, but it's one of those things where, like, y'all enjoy VRC, and if that's what you want to do, and I want to join, then I have to meet you there, and that's fine. That's why it's always an easy option to just hop on desktop, too. Because, like, when we're just, like, hanging out, vibing, not doing a whole lot, like, if we're just watching a movie or something, I usually will stay on desktop now, unless we've got, like, a big crowd of people. And even then, I'm like you, just the irritation of the headset and whatnot. Motion sickness does play a huge part in it, though. I personally don't really experience it that much, but my heart goes out to those who do, because I have had it, had it before with VR, and boy does it suck. Thank you for that clip. Uh-oh. Realistically, most of the time I struggle to join is just because y'all are night owls. You can blame Rosie and Spooka for that. I did call out today, though, because I'm so sick. Oh no, you're sick too! Everybody's sick! Could never do the headset. The motion sickness would be too much. Valid. They do have measures put in place for trying to help cut it down, but it doesn't work for everyone, and having to take Dramamine because of playing a game is definitely a completely understandable dislike. There are 2 requirements for the perfect model for me. 1, some kind of monster or non-human. 2, boobs. Well, you are in luck because that is a good portion of the booby avatars on VR chat. Look at the Discord. Let me go take a look. Oh, God. I've got to learn to censor myself around you guys. Who's getting appealed by sexy avatars? It's not like you're the sexy person, you're just wearing the skin of the sexy person. Oh, that's such a weird way to put it, but it's true. Now, I find that there's a lot of, like, I don't know, the e-girl and e-boy community I have not spent much time with personally. I wish to, though, to understand what the appeal is. I will say it's hard to spend time around them because, my god, those are the most unoptimized avatars I have ever experienced. Like, I get wanting to be sexy and pretty and everything, but you do not need 10 million fizzbones for realistic body jiggle physics. Like, you can have thigh jiggle with a single fizzbone. You don't need 13 fizzbones in your thighs so that they squish realistically. I'm sorry, I'm not sorry. You don't need that level of immersion. I don't care who you are. Learn to optimize your shit. And that's just the skin. Like, these anime character models and everything, they have such bad optimization. I've seen the hair alone use the entirety of what a quest can handle just for half of the hair. And that's insane. You don't need that. There's trying to make it realistic, and then there's trying to make it ludicrous. Oh, ads are gonna play in about a minute here. I just keep my opinions to myself on the sexy avatars. Monsters deserve some boobs as a treat. E-boy and e-girls are so annoying because they always join game maps and do nothing. See, it's only annoying because their avatars are so heavy. Like, I don't like it because I don't like having one person's avatar consume all of the fucking RAM that I have for all of my friends and other people in this world with me. I'm gonna hide it, and then they get upset because you can't see their avatar. It's like, well, I don't know what you expected. Like, I'm sorry, but I can't sit here and load this avatar. Got something against fat people? No, I got something against fat avatars. You can't have an avatar that's an entire gigabyte on its own. If your avatar is bigger than the world that we're in right now, then you need to change. I'm sorry, I'm not sorry. The multiple 8K textures to get maximum tattoo quality. Yeah. Don't forget all of the Poyomi maps that they're gonna throw on there too. It loads for me. Why won't it load for you? That's your problem. I think one of my favorite things to do in VR chat is actually be mute. Oh yeah. Just people watching on VR chat is great. Not part of the e-boy, e-girl community or anything, but the lack of optimization thing, I have to assume is simply that they don't care. Yes, it's that they don't care, and that they don't know how. Because a lot of the time they'll do something, and they'll set it up on, like, yeah, like Cherry's saying here, a kit-bashed avatar. They take a base avatar, and then has a pre-made outfit that they bought. Well, that's got its own entire armature. So now you've essentially doubled the avatar to put that outfit on there because you don't know how to use Blender, so you don't know how to put it on the avatar in Blender to cut that middleman out. Okay, well now you've bought 30 more outfits to put on this fucking thing. Each one of those is going to add another armature to it. So now this thing has already been bogged down just from the different outfit toggles alone. Not to mention all of the different high K textures that each of these outfits are going to have, and all of the glitter and sparkles, and all of the huge poly count. Like, people sell gloves and shit that have more polygons than an entire full body avatar. It's insane. VRC Fury is popular for a reason. Yeah. A lot of there are avatars that are bigger than the world that don't lag the server. The e-boy and e-girls lag the server to an absurd amount. Yeah, I've had just 3 of them on before, and that was enough to almost crash me completely. That's what I want to do. Stand in the corner as a mysterious figure in a cloak that's all cryptic. In reality, I would probably be more social and awkward. Again, they don't care. If it works on their end, unfortunately, they don't really have much of a reason to give a shit for if it works for other people. They do, though, because they're going to sit there and bitch and whine about how you have their avatar turned off and how you can't see all this quote-unquote cool shit that they put on there. Like, okay, that's your problem, buddy, not mine, because I don't really give a shit. You're the one who thought it looked cool. Now you just look like a dumbass. You can't even bitch about it to them, though, because 9 times out of 10, they're not the ones who even did it. They just paid somebody else to do it because, God forbid, we learn how to do anything on our own. Oop, that's not the eraser.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate. Actually, this is a good time to refill my water. Yay, having a whole glass of water in me. I'm sure that my nose will take care of that in no time, though. Oh, I'm so sorry, Q. Don't worry, it's just us bitching about unoptimized avatars. If they cause that much of an issue, why are they even allowed to have avatars that like that, though? Shouldn't there be more of a restriction from VRChat itself? I believe there is, but I feel like they should tighten it up. Like, I know the whole idea is that, like, there's freedom to do what you want and everything, but even with the caps that they have, like, they need to tighten it up a little bit, because I just think some of the shit that people are doing is absolutely absurd. I have a friend who has a life-sized Burj Khalifa avatar, and it doesn't cause any lag, and it's on Quest 2, so what are these e-boys and e-girls doing? Greedy streamer has ads turned on while their most loyal fan suffers. Cancelled. Still remember the Rex avatar with an afro full of default Blender torus objects. Millions of polygons. Oh my god. No thank you. Like, how, it blows my mind how people even get to that point. Like, at some point, do you not question whether what you're doing is a good idea or not? Burj Khalifa is the tallest building in the world for context. Oh, thank you. Understand that, yes, there should be freedom to make whatever you want, but at the same time, if you load into the world, crashes 30 people because you wanted to make, to be a disco ball anime pretty boy, maybe there should be more restrictions. Agreed. I was going to say that when I play VR chat, I will interact with people, but I won't talk. Mind you, that's when I'm actually in VR. Totally valid. In fact, Cherry here is also one who is like that. Cherry usually uses the chat box option. I really do like the accessibility that VR chat has provided, though. I feel like they've definitely taken some pretty big strides with all that. The insane performance increase I got setting VRC to auto-hide / imposter very poor avatar. Oh, yeah. I'm wanting to play VR, but my controllers have drift to an unstable level. Mood. My drift can get really bad sometimes, but it does clear up every once in a while. It comes and goes as it pleases, I guess. I'll be honest, though. I wish that they would fix that and not just continue to let it be a problem. And it's so weird to me that it is a problem to begin with, because, like, I still have controllers from when I was a kid that never had drift issues, and now it seems like everything in the world that uses a joystick has drift issues. Not because my mic is super low quality and I sound underwater when I talk. It might be useful if my model was an aquatic-style model like a fish person. That'd be pretty cool. I've seen some cool fish races out there. In fact, again, and not to keep pulling Cherry into the spotlight, Cherry's got a really cool avatar that he made for Sebastian from that pressure game on Roblox. I know that one was really trendy for a while. What is up with that? One time me and my friends were approached by a visibly goofy avatar. They asked if we thought that they were pretty, and when we ignored them, they tried to crash us. Thankfully, it didn't work, and we just blocked them. Yeah, people do that a lot for some reason. Here's the thing, though, with my most recent persona named Furfur, like how much detail he has, but without impacting fucking everyone is amazing. And that's thanks to Rosie, because Rosie did such a fucking great job on Furfur, and Rosie doesn't give herself enough credit. She sure doesn't. Rosie did an outstanding job on that avatar. I 100% agree with you, Sneak. Apparently that's been an issue. Yeah, the joysticks thing's just driving me crazy. Mine never clears. I'm waiting for a friend to come over that has WD-40. There's a specific version that I don't have so that he can fix the drift. Do you lurk for Frosty sometimes? I think I saw you in stream once, but you never talked. I don't know if it was a glitch or not. I try to. Usually I'm only able to catch Frosty's streams if I end early, or if I've raided into them. But I do try to stop in anytime that I see somebody that I know is streaming before I go live myself, or if I'm just not streaming that day. Unfortunately, I don't usually have the time to commit to a full conversation, so I don't say a lot, unless I do know I'm able to be free for it. But I'll pop in every once in a while when I can. Snake can vouch for me. I think they were one of the last ones I was able to tune in and actually talk for a little bit. Y'all coincide a lot. Well, that might be changing, because I'm still playing with this new schedule of mine with my therapist. We are supposed to meet on Wednesdays, but we have not been able to now. Because the last 2 Wednesdays, it has snowed. Or, well, it's going to snow. It's supposed to snow tomorrow. So I may end up having to cancel tomorrow's appointment again due to snow. If I did have to change from Wednesdays, what would be a better day for y'all? Something I probably should make a poll for in the server. Thursday, but I think you already... I do. So I already stream regularly with Tuesdays and Thursdays. But our gaming day is Wednesday. And that's the one that I'm open to changing to another day if the schedule doesn't work out. I just don't know what day I should pick. I try to avoid the weekends, though, just because I don't want to have a set schedule for myself on the off chance that there is something going on that I would want to do. Still thinking of doing a tie-dye raptor using red, orange, and white. I still think you should, Sneak. I think that would be really cool. I know you had mentioned wanting me to do it for you, but if you come up with something on your own, I know you would love it. Not available on Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and half of Sunday. See, I was thinking of maybe doing Mondays. Drift sucks ass. I replaced my sticks because of drift. Although that ended up being a waste of money because when getting my screen repaired, they found glue in the system and can't even move the sticks anymore, which is why I own a pair of Joy-Cons. Huh. I actually ended up replacing the joysticks myself on my Joy-Cons, but I had bought a kit that like walked you through how to do it and came with all the tools for it and whatnot. It was very scary to do, but thankfully not that hard. And so far they've held up pretty well. Oof. One thing I hate most about any kind of like head cold, and I suffer from this pretty regularly even without the head cold, but I get like really bad dizziness. The vertigo can get so bad sometimes. I'm literally just sitting here and all of a sudden I was like whacked with vertigo and started to lean out of my chair as though the world was still rotating and I was not.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
I should know better than to talk about how I'm sitting in my chair. Thank you, Q. I will shift to the other side of my armrest here. Try to balance things out.
Did you remember to save
and that
all
too.
of your files?
I hate that audio. Hello, Void. Which audio do you hate? The save one, it just sounds weird. It's from an old series. It was an old web series called Homestar Runner. That was the character himself, Homestar. I feel like Homestar accidentally sculpted a lot of my brand of humor. What is Homestar Runner about? Oh god. It's an old internet series called Homestuck. No! No! I know nothing of Homestuck, and I hope to go to the grave that way because I just don't have it in me to absorb whatever the fuck Homestuck even is at this point. What amalgamate, what dead god it has resurrected. No, Homestar Runner was just like an online web series. It's very 90s core. It was one of the first like trendy, I guess viral web series things, and it was just these characters, Homestar and Strongbad and Marzipan and all these different people. They were all kind of like, I guess Muppet-esque in a way. It was all flash animation. Time for the sleepy British. Oh, I completely butchered that. Also sleepy time for the British Fae. Good night, Q. Get some rest. But yeah, Homestar had a lot of different stuff. They had several different like animated episodes of just the characters getting into shenanigans. They had some music videos because there were different songs that they had written. What else? Oh, Strongbad emails, where you could write an email into the character of Strongbad and he would do a little animated skit in response to it. And usually some silly shit would happen. His computer would blow up or catch a virus or something. I know nothing about Homestar Runner, and but I knew that Strongbad had a series of WiiWare games. Yeah! There he goes again, getting an email. Never call me that again. Also, don't forget Trogdor! Yes! Trogdor is something that I reference far more than I feel like I have any right to. Trogdor came from one of the emails, for Strongbad emails, asking how to draw a dragon. And so Strongbad and his siblings and other characters from the show got together all and attempted to try and draw a dragon. And many of them were failures, but Strongbad's was the one that became a legend because he drew the iconic Trogdor, which, if you're not familiar with who that is, hold on. The man himself. Trogdor the Burninator. All hail Trogdor. Literally got dropped in one of the Rock Band or Guitar Hero games. Yes. So I believe that was one of the boss songs or whatever, was Trogdor the Burninator. First you draw an S, and then you draw another S, a little bit more different S. I'll go ahead and link a YouTube link, I guess, to the original video. I don't know if the website's even still up. Hold on. Okay. This is the official homestarrunner.com YouTube channel. And that should be the Strongbad email episode in which Trogdor was born. So feel free to watch that at any time on your leisure. It's only about 3.5 minutes long. I will also link this in... where should I put this? I'll just put it in show and tell. Oh, thank you, Void. I'm truly surprised that there hasn't been an official IP, like, movie or officially licensed video series of Homestar stuff. Because the guy who created it, guys who created it, because I believe it was multiple people, but the one who did the voices for Strong Bad, and I want to say also Homestar, I don't remember if that's completely correct. He went on to do other stuff. He works with Alex Hirsch a lot, actually. So the guy who created Gravity Falls. Unrelated to absolutely anything, do I crack open the guava flavor or the fruit punch flavor of what? It's a small world. Honestly, I'm not even surprised that they ended up working together so much and like having similar shows and whatnot, because they do very much share a brain cell when it comes to their brand of humor. It's funny to hear them talk about each other, because I know Alex has gone off to say several times of like how funny he thinks that the other guy is. Let me get his name real quick, because I can't just keep referring to him as that guy. Matt Chapman. What else has he done? He's written a couple episodes of Teen Titans Go. Oh, he wrote 11 episodes of Gravity Falls. Wrote a couple episodes of Wander Over Yonder. I don't recognize a lot of the other stuff, but I also have not kept up with a lot of modern things. Let me close out of some of these tabs. I got too much going on. There we are. Drink mix, water mix in to make me stay hydrated. Hey, just checking in. How are we doing? Hello! It's good to see you again, check-in man. We're doing pretty dang good. How are you doing? I'm a little sick, but nothing's gonna stop me from finishing this Zooble art. Except for my own procrastination, because I've gone off on a tangent about Homestar Runner for like 15 minutes. I hope that you're doing well. Hopefully not catching any of these flu bugs floating around everywhere. It's been a hot minute. Glad to hear y'all are doing good, but I do hope that you feel better soon. Thank you very much. I'm sure I'll kick this cold's ass in no time. Until then, you guys just get to deal with my sexy, groggy, croaky voice. Caught the last of the world flu last month, and it was awful. Well, I'm glad it was last month and it's over with and in the past now. Cleared the camp, yay! Minthara is still alive, so I can meet her again later, hopefully. Very good. You've done far more successful than we have in our campaigns, Introvert. Challenge the cold to a duel. I would, but I have a feeling that the cold would fight dirty. We feel like my dog when she was a puppy. She used to get the hiccups a lot, and she would get frustrated with them. She would start to get snappy and start growling when she got the hiccups because she thought that it was us doing them to her, and she couldn't control them. So she would hiccup and then do a little angry puppy growl, and then hiccup and then another angry puppy growl. The dice decided guava. I don't think I've ever actually had guava. I know I've, like, tasted guava tasting things, but I've never really taken it into conscious consideration. It's not something I've ever, like, ordered or gone out of my way to have, so I don't genuinely know what it tastes like. Pocket of virus cells. I feel like I remember guava being kind of similar to mango. And that might be why I never really had it, because I'm allergic to mango. Well, that's not true. I'm not allergic to the fruit of mango. I'm allergic to the skin of the fruit of mango. And the reason for that is because mango is actually very closely related to pistachios and poison ivy. And they both carry the same chemical as poison ivy. Pistachios carry it in their shells, mangoes carry it in the plant itself and the skin of the fruit. It was a very interesting doctor's appointment the day that I found that out. The more you know. I always like to tell people about that because it truly is, like, I'm violently allergic to poison ivy, poison oak, all those different plants and whatnot. Like, I can't even be near it or else I will start having an allergic reaction. I've never gone into anaphylactic shock, but I've gotten kind of close to it. Oh, wow! Well, hello!
God Creator 21 has raided the channel with 6 eggs.
Welcome! Thank you for joining us. Oh gosh, everything's scrolling too fast. Hold on. Let me keep up here. God Creator 21, thank you for the raid. What were you working on? What were you playing? Streaming War Thunder. What is that? Sounds intense. It's a vehicle PvP game. Ooh, sounds fun. Of course, I say that, and the first thing that pops into my mind is the new Sonic Riders game that they've been advertising. It's been all over my stuff today. It's only intense if you let it be. I gotcha. Well, thank you very much for the raid and for dropping off all your little eggies here with us. I am a variety streamer. I do art and games. Today we're doing art. It's 2D Tuesday. Wednesdays usually are game days. And then Thursdays we do 3D art, so Blender and all that stuff. Wow! And thank you for the follow.
God Creator 21 can now hatch from their egg.
Oh, actually, let me go through the spiel with stream avatars too, because I haven't done that today. All these little dinosaurs and eggs we've got on the screen here, that's you guys. So if you are a follower, you can hatch from your egg by going to the twinkle beside my head here. There's an icon for stream avatars. Click that, and it'll let you hatch into any dinosaurs in the list. There's also a controller on the next page of that that lets you actually control your little dinosaur and interact with other people. If you're not a follower, you can stay an egg, you can change your color, and you can still interact with people. You just don't have the same customization options is all. Oh, and if you're on mobile, it's not going to be the twinkle beside my head here. It's going to be in between the chat and the video. Wah!
Boomberry can now hatch from their egg.
Thank you for the follow as well, Boomberry. You actually helped reach our follower goal. And of course, you guys may have your uppies again. Who's stuck in the corner there? How are all three of you stuck in the corner? What happened? Hold on, I gotta rescue you guys. There's me. There's Tot. And there's Friendly. Popple, how did you get stuck? Cherry, how are you inside of Popple? How did you get there? There we go. Oops. I'm going to leave you new guys on top of my tablet here. Oh, I'm going to throw you off. I'm sorry. I'll leave you on top of the tablet. Gently this time. And Void, of course, you may have uppies as well. Low-key been wanting to do a Stegosaurus inspired build of my persona purely because of the stream avatars. You're more than welcome to do that. Actually, I can change these too. I've been thinking about having it be like, I don't know, like a follower tier goal or something. I don't really know how those work just yet. I have to look into it a little bit more because I'm still kind of new to streaming stuff. But if you make a custom version of the sprites, I can always replace it for yours as a, like, specifically for you. I've done that with a couple people here who have custom ones. My mods should, for the most part, have custom models, but some of them haven't decided on anything, and I haven't had the time to surprise make something for them. But, like, I know Rosie has one. She was here earlier. She's, on Popple's arm right now. And you've got me down there. Tot, I think, is also a custom one. Oh, I keep thinking I'm about to sneeze, and then not doing it. Oh, Raiders. One thing I should say. I am sick. So I apologize for how I sound right now and for the schniefels. There's going to be a lot of those. Should we say bless you preemptively? Only if you wish to. But I will do my best to not sneeze in the mic for you guys. I can tell that I'm moving at a snail's pace here. But that's alright. It's not like we need to be anywhere fast. Get well soon. Thank you. Thankfully, I think I'm pretty close to getting back to my old self. It's just a little cold, not a flu or anything. I go eat some cereal for dinner. Enjoy. I might do the same myself tonight. I want to show that Zooble is equally as perturbed as concerned with this fear. Like they're so startled and unnerved by whatever happened that it's less about being disgruntled and more about being genuinely like, what the fuck is happening? What cereal? Oh, fucking Lucky Charms, man. Got Captain Crunch and the Reese's. Oh, the Reese's cereal it has no business being as good as it is. Were you trying to scare me, Void? Wondering if we might be able to pull this wide down here. Demonstrating what Zooble was spooked by. I see. You're very innocent. Hmm. I really don't like the way that that cuts off. I think we'll keep it where it is. I think I had this debate already with it. So it's not necessarily the right spot, but it's a spot that works as long as we can avoid this tangent being a problem. Let's play with it. was wondering what type of games that you play. Mostly mascot horrors at the moment. I've been a long-term fan of Five Nights at Freddy's for a while, albeit not so much the games. I have been gradually working through them. I played Security Breach and its DLC, and I'm still holding off on playing Help Wanted 2. That's going to be on stream as soon as I can sit down and figure out how to stream VR. That'll be a fun new experience for all of us. But we also have just played through all of Poppy Playtime and all of Bendy and the Ink Machine / Dark Revival. We still got the Boris game to try out, maybe tomorrow. Still trying to work out what tomorrow's plan is. But I'm also a big fan of other types of games like Left 4 Dead, Lethal Company, VR Chat, but that one's less of a game and more of a social thing. Should be able to connect your VR to your PC and stream it from there. Yeah, it's just the matter of trying to get it set up so that the VR is streaming correctly, because a lot of the time when you're streaming VR, it's only showing one eye to the audience, and I have a hard time telling what you guys can see versus what I can see. And I don't believe it comes with like a built-in thing that makes it a little bit easier to show the clear view of what I can see. I don't know. We'll play with it, because VR Chat has a built-in stream camera, and that's what makes it a little bit easier to stream for a lot of people, whereas other games don't, and you only get one eye of the POV. Or you get like a weird split screen of both eyes. I just gotta play with it, and I just haven't because we've been busy with other games. I don't know how interested others would be in it, but I do also have things like Stardew Valley is one that I'm quite fond of. Sort of sandboxy, resource management, chill games. Don't Starve is another good one, although that one can get kind of stressful at times. Haven't tried yet, as I'm not brave enough to play the night in FNAF Help Wanted. Welcome, Grim. Not a whole lot is up right now. Just sort of vibing, making art, listening to some chill music, and trying very hard not to sneeze into the microphone.
Bet I can smash that. Stardew, I've never played it, but I've watched it a lot. Oh, I love Stardew. It's so fun. They did a really great job at making that game, like, super balanced for casual play. If you feel like it, you can go in the mines and you can fight some baddies. Oh my god. I thought OBS just disconnected again. No, it was just Windows security popping up. But yeah, you can do it more like a dungeon crawl and go fight monsters. You can do it just like a regular farming sim. You can treat it more like Sims in the relationship sense of things, because you do actually have relationships with the villagers that live there and everything. There's a lot to do. It's very much a play your own way kind of game. Is that Gangle? Close! This is Zooble. Actually, oh, hold on, I forgot we should open up our full list so we can actually add Zooble to it. There we are! So I have been working on making emote packs for all of the Amazing Digital Circus characters, or at least the mainline characters. We'll do backup characters after this round is done. So today has been all about getting Zooble's emotes done, and potentially starting Kane's. But everybody else so far has been pretty much finished, with the exception of any little detail work. And of course, Popple is not included officially, but he is our unofficial mascot that goes with them. Done all the maintenance for Help Wanted, but nothing else because I got scared and quit. I've actually not played either of the Help Wanted games. I haven't even seen gameplay from Help Wanted 2. The only thing I do know about Help Wanted 2 is the ending, which was spoiled to me, unfortunately, due to VR chat, but, you know, it's unavoidable. It's been out long enough that it's kind of inevitable. And I don't really mind. It's more about the experience of the gameplay to me.
Bubble, you can't say that.
The real journey was the friends we made along the way. Those are cute. Thank you. So Markiplier play them, so I really don't want to try the second one. Oh, you're right. There are some eggies down here. Let's go ahead and grab those. That's Siribot. Go on. There you are, Grim. And that one dude. Safely tucked away.
Hey, bitch!
Along the way. That's right, I still need to make a weh emote for you guys. I have a couple of concepts, but neither one of them captured the exact energy that I want. I'ma go. Me kinda tired, but thought I'd stop by. Thank you for stopping by. It was good to see you. You are always welcome to just vibe with us here. Work's killing me. Aw. I hope that you're able to get some rest. Do you know the way? We merely adopted the way. Moss was born into it, molded by it. What's the way? It's the sound that Frag does when they're booped, and it kind of startled to do as well. It's just a noise that I guess I've adopted into my regular vocabulary. It means everything and nothing. It is a sound of acknowledgement, a sound of protest. Weh! It is whatever it needs to be. Awa, just like awa, yeah. It's still a little off down here for some reason. Maybe it's because I don't have their spots. How can we show that this arm is being raised up?
one gets a lot more action lines in it. Whee! Keeping a journal now, even if the stuff in it isn't so good, yet hopefully I'll be able to use it to keep better track of my brain. That's always a good idea. That's a wonderful positive thought to share with us, Void. Journaling can really, really help. It's weird because we don't really think about it that much, and it's something that's sort of an out-of-practice thing anymore. But even I have started kind of journaling just on the days that I feel like I need to just talk about shit, but I don't particularly need to be heard, if that makes any sense. It's a journal app. I think it's free on itch now. Actually, with that in mind, I will share my positive thought. The app that I love to use for journaling and for just kind of general, like keeping track of my life, my mental health, my everything like that, it's called Void Pets. I know I've talked about it before, but I really like this app. It's kind of similar to Pokemon Go in the sense of like it gives you a little pet. And it also is free. But it manifests your emotions as little creatures. So sadness is a creature, anger is a creature, disappointment is a creature, and they all have their different traits and looks and everything. And different things that you do will attract different ones to your garden. And it's just a really good app for kind of teaching you to rewire your brain to focus on the positive, while also still being able to like process your feelings and go through whatever it is that you're going through. Let me see if I can get a picture of some of the Void Pets and what they look like. Oh, there we go. So here's kind of an idea of how it goes. So each of these are what a basic pet would start as. There's abandonment, jealousy, envy, gluttony, etc. There's a ton of them. And then the more time that you spend with them, the more that you raise them and everything, and the more that you go through and do the daily things in the app for your mental health and whatnot, the more that they start to grow. And you can get them to look like really cool. They come in different colors and rarities and whatnot. And there's also a gaming component where you can play and fight them just like Pokemon with NPCs and whatnot. But it's not the kind of app that like hooks you in and forces you to have to do a bunch of stuff. You can just ignore it if you wish. I struggle a lot with apps that require you to come back every day and have like a winning streak and make you sit down and do all this stuff with them because I'll just get sucked into it. This one actually encourages you to not sit and play. Thank you, Void. I will definitely be checking that out. And I will actually be taking my jacket off right now because the heat is on and it's cooking me alive. I think this Zooble is actually pretty close to done, if not done. If anything, I think I figured out finally what I want to move. And it's this arm. Mouse delivery? Need to put on an overshirt because it is damn cold here. Yeah. That's my problem with our heat being on, is it's really cold out right now. But as soon as the heat kicks on, because it's through the floor, I sit my desk directly on top of it, and there's no other place in my room for it to go. So anytime the heat kicks on, I get cooked alive until it's done. I would much rather have the heat than not. So I am not complaining about that. I want to make that blatantly clear. You're going to further separate this finger from that part of the shoulder. Whoops, ads are going to start in a minute here. In fact, why don't we move this whole finger away from the body? Oh, that fills that space beautifully. Frag, did you see what I put? Oh, sorry. What did you put and where? Up in chat a bit. Let me scroll up. What does the frag say? Weh. Let's fix up these spots since we've changed the body a little bit here. I don't want the spot to connect with the thumb because, again, it's something that'll make the thumb start to disappear a little bit. Let's try and squeeze it in here. I think we're going to end up having spots near the hand no matter what. What I'll do is leave out the spots in this area and see how noticeable it is. Because if it's not very noticeable, we won't worry about it. But I think that's good for that emote. Oh shit, I always forget the lower lashes. I think I forgot them on the last one too. There's a reason I forgot it. Because that adds way too much cluster at an emote size. Like, you just can't see the expression as well. Alright, I'm gonna leave it off. Not because I want to, but because I'm afraid that we are getting too busy in the eyes. Perfect. All right. Good inks. And we'll go ahead and grab our colors once more. All right, you got me that time. What does the frag say? Where is the poop hole on a snake if it's half snake, half human? Just, where does it poop? The important questions we need to know. I feel like I really do start to give, like, wacky science teacher vibes at times with you guys. At least I remind myself when I say stupid shit like that of my science teachers from when I was in high school. They were always goofy. I'll never forget, I had a science teacher. She was teaching us, I want to say it wasn't marine bio, it was before I took marine bio. No, wait a second. Why is that happening? Why do you have a gap down there? What happened? Oh, right, because I moved it. Okay. Anyway, she was teaching us some kind of science, and it was just regular biology of some sort, I think. We were learning about humans. Those wretched things. And I believe, let me get my facts straight before I quote her. Okay. So she was teaching us about the evolution of humans. I'm sure you've all seen the classic image of the monkey walking up into a human. Let me find an example here to share with you. Here we are. So this whole historic thing. And she was telling us that the humans before us were called Homo erectus. And as you can imagine, a group full of high schoolers took that information very maturely, very responsibly. We did not laugh and giggle at all. But she knew that we were all going to get a chuckle out of this because these all kind of go homo something. And we, as a species right now, we are currently Homo sapiens. Homo erectus is the one before us. We are Homo sapiens. And by the time that she had managed to go all the way down the line and get to us, Homo sapiens, she was very loudly having to talk over the entire class of children, erupting with laughter over the word homo. But then she got it in her head that you know, I can work with this. So she said, you! And she pointed out to the quote-unquote audience. She goes, you're a homo! She points to the next one. You're a homo! Like Oprah style. You're all homos! We're the last of the homos! She was working that crowd like she knew what she was doing, and I love that bitch for that. And I will always, always think of her when I hear the word homo because of that. She was a wonderful teacher. I think she took a slight joy in the fact that we were all immature because she had a very similar brand of humor as me, which is just immature humor. If it's a stupid enough joke, I will make it. Not because it's good, but because it's dumb. Ah, these colors are getting crunched in this size. No biggie. He, she, me, we're all homos. And we're the last of the homos, too. Science teachers really are a blessing. I feel like I connected so much more with my science teachers and my English teachers than I did with any other teachers. You know, besides art teachers. I feel like art teachers are a given. They know we're fucked up. They know as soon as the autistic kids are in their class and they're like, all right, this is the one that's going to ace it. I'm not going to have to work with this one at all. This is fine. I'm legit just sitting at my desk with my headphones on, and I have my snow hat on. Yeah? Is it comfy? Got one last spot here. Very comfy, good. Winter is a time to stay comfy for as long as possible. Okay, yeah, we're definitely going to have to squeeze in another polka dot in here somewhere. Thankfully, I think that will actually break the glove up better. And a blanket? No, but I'm about to go to my room and wrap up in a blanket here in a sec. Fuck it, BRB. I'm living vicariously through Snake right now. And I would say that's a good emote. Go ahead and give that one a save. Yeah, they don't have any other colors. All right. Oh, we want to change the background on it though. All right. Let's reopen two that we just did. And go back over to our list. Womp. And a womp. Make them a little bit smaller. And that's 2 more. We are on to our last Zooble emote. He's achieving peak comfy. Are the ones on the far left and right drawings? What do you mean? All of them are drawings. It was with all the other ones with his character. This one here? These 2 are not drawings. These are actual images from the show. But the middle are sketches. Yeah, these were just here for reference. Whoa. Wait a minute. Oh, that's wild. So, quick question. For this image, for you guys, can you let me know if you see a white background or if you see a checkered background on this? Interesting. I have achieved the optimal standards of comfy. Good job, Snake. Okay, so I have 2 monitors, my tablet and my actual computer screen. And funnily enough, the computer screen has, it's a much, well, I would say it's a much newer monitor, but I don't actually know. But it's definitely a much brighter monitor. It has much better colors. It is able to pick up on a much wider color range than the screen of my tablet, ironically. So on my main computer screen, I do see the checkered background, but on my tablet, it's a pure white background. I cannot see those checkered marks at all. I mean, if I really look, then I can see, but it's very interesting. Might be contrast brightness settings. I would say that, however, on this tablet, I've noticed that I can see when colors are blending. So, hold on. I don't have a good example off the top of my head. Let me glance at my art real quick and see if I had found one recently. Did we see it on the snowman picture from Winter? A little. Okay, so I can kind of see it here. So on my main monitor, this is a smooth gradient. It's just easily flowing from one color to another. But on my tablet screen, I'm going to get a very thin binary pencil here. I can see, just vaguely, there is a line through here, through here, through here, another here, and then we got a couple going around these rings where pixels end. So one color ends, and then another starts, and they're like kind of like overlapping the pixels, like actual pixel art. And I can see that on my tablet screen. If I click this off and on, I zoom in and look at those areas, I can actually see the pixels themselves. But on my top monitor, it's like they're much more smoothly blended. So I don't know the terms for that, but compression, bit depth. Huh. Is that a setting or something that can be adjusted? Because I just kind of figured that that was how different
screens were manufactured. I didn't really think much of it until now, but you are a techie dude, so I guess I should be bringing it up. Yeah, you can see it now that I've pointed it out. What tablet do you have? It's a Huion Canvas 13 Pro. I'll write that down. It's actually in the About section for the channel as well. It's under the frequently asked questions, which don't look at the label for that. I have not finished it. Honestly, I forgot I still had to do that. It's not really that big of a deal, but it does make it a little tricky to try and do some artwork sometimes. All right, let's grab these last, or this last emote here. We'll save our so far work. Reopen you, erase, paste, bring you up here. Maybe there's more we can do for this one. If the specs are what pops up, you definitely shouldn't be getting that banding. Might be something to tweak with later on. Okay. If that is the case, I will definitely look into it more. Let me write down what you called it there, compression bit depth, because I did not know that's what it was even called. Thank you very much, Terry. Oof. I like completely forgot what the fuck I was doing for a second there. Alrighty. I'm a little concerned about how legible this one's going to be. It looks okay. Maybe as simple as it changing a display setting for it in Windows settings, but I have no idea if that'll fix it. Me either. But I appreciate the idea. It's one of those fuck around and find out situations that I'll have to do later on off stream. I am going to play with this one just a little bit. I say, hopefully not going to spend the rest of stream just redoing it. But this hand really doesn't look great, and I'd like to play with it again.
It would benefit me to pull up a reference, huh? Looks like a lot of anime will draw that hand at a slightly different angle than what I've done. So let's try that. They tend to tilt more of the hand inwards. So like you'd see more of the back of the hand. Hmm. No, I don't really think I like that either.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you. Wow. Back from Sister's mini concert. It wasn't as long as the Christmas one. Feeling better from earlier? A little bit. I'm a little bit less congested, I feel. So I think that the allergy meds I took earlier have been helping. Thank you for asking. How did the concert go? It was nice. It functioned as both a dinner and song show, but the food wasn't the school spaghetti. None of us ate it because it was all done at my old high school. Aw. I'm glad that the show itself was good. No, don't like that one either. Feel bad for the people who paid $10 for school spaghetti with half-assed breadsticks, but that's Stevens High School for you. That's all high schools, unfortunately. There were very few things about high school foods that were good. There's definitely a way to do this. It's just a matter of figuring out what is off about the current pose to fix it on the next try. Part of it's the angle of the fingers, I think. We angle them down a bit more. It looks less like they're poking at their other hand claw thing. A little bit more like they're just kind of fiddling with it. Which, again, isn't really a bad thing, but I don't know if that's still the vibe that we're going for. Hmm. I mean, it is clearer, though. Let me duplicate the rest of it. And we can see how this fares. Compared to our old version. Okay, yeah, I definitely like that one better. Which maybe that's the best we can ask for in this scenario, but that's okay. I think this is good enough to work with anyway. Shit you not, the only good thing there was the spicy chicken patty. Honestly, I should tell you about the milk story with and how I got a coupon for any True Moo product free, but it's icky even for stream. I can only assume that it was expired by a long shot. I have certainly had expired school milk before, and oh my god. I don't think it compares to any other milk. I don't know why school milk expires like 10,000 times worse than any other milk. Y'all and the chicken patties, though. Like, I could never get into the chicken patties. One of the only edible things on the school menu for me a lot of the time was the pizza. And even that wasn't great. You have no idea. I thought I found a whole ass swamp in my milk. Ugh. Zooble, what are we doing with that corner down the bottom there? I think we need to fix that. Just a little. Scooch it up a some. Whoa, wrong pen. Ugh. I'm going to cut my nose off. Here's a fun question for y'all. Probably not a fun question for any of you who have weak stomachs. But we've talked about worse on this channel. How many of you have experienced blowing your nose and then having your eyes sting, or some of you lucky ones having air bubbles come out of your eyes? This is something that my sister and I learned about ourselves growing up. Yep, that or when you sneeze, it feels like something moves within for a split second. That's a thing? Oh, yes. And it can go several layers deeper. So our sinus cavities and our noses and airways and everything, our lungs, our throat, our mouth, all that stuff's connected. And back when I was a kid, I remember the only way that I knew about this was from the Guinness Book of World Records. Or no, I'm sorry. It was Ripley's Believe It or Not. And the reason I got those two confused is because we would get both of those books every year for Christmas, me and my sister. I would get one and she would get the other. And together we were obsessed with them. And there was a dude who was in the Ripley's Believe It or Not book that had a pet snake. And he had trained his snake to go down his throat and out through his nose. Or vice versa, go up his nose and come out through his throat. And that's when we learned as children that your sinuses and all that stuff are tied into your eyeballs. Just by falling down the rabbit hole, figuring out how the fuck he did that. I'm both horrified and impressed. Well, because they're connected, when you blow your nose, there is a chance that the airway causes pressure that will lead up further from your sinuses and your nasal cavity up into your tear ducts. Not everyone can do it. Not everyone has the
open passageways to do it. It's sort of just like the residuals of having our sinuses gradually being phased out of the human existence. We no longer use that part, those organs. So it's kind of like your gallbladder, where it is just over time evolving away because we just don't need it anymore. That being said, though, it's still there. And those of us who can still experience this, I don't have it as bad as my sister, but when I blow my nose, I can frequently have air blown back up through my tear ducts, which then causes stinging in my eyes because I'm either basically blowing into my own eyeball or worse, blowing, for lack of better words, snot up into my own eyeball. Which in this case, because I am sick, is quite salty because it is trying to purge out elements of my body that are making me ill. Which then causes my eyes to sting even more. But my sister had a superpower with this. I did not suffer like she did, growing up, from chronic nosebleeds. That was unfortunately all on her end. Fortunate for me, not fortunate for her. But she would get regular nosebleeds all the fucking time. And they were very violent appearing, but harmless. It was mostly just because, you know, seasonal allergies or whatever. She was just a very nosebleedy kid. But she also has similar sinuses that connect to her eyeballs, just like mine. And she learned by accident one day that if she is having a nosebleed and pinches her nose or cuts off her airway in some way that restricts it just a little, because we were all nose pinchers growing up. I am no longer a nose pincher. I'll explain that in a little bit. But if you pinch one side of your nose when you blow your nose, don't do that. But in doing that, it does put more pressure on your sinus cavity. And if you are trying to blow something to expel it from your nose, for instance, snot, or in this case, blood, then it is going to put that pressure up into the sinus cavity and try to expel it wherever else it can find release, which in my sister's case is her tear ducts. So when she had one of her chronic nosebleeds, and it started as she was blowing her nose one day, she just started suddenly crying blood. And it was terrifying to everyone involved. But then she quickly learned how to weaponize this tactic because of her chronic nosebleeds and how often she would have them. And for a while there, she was able to get out of work a couple times because she would get one of her nosebleeds at work. And she worked at just like a local hardware shop. It was not like a big like family or it was a little family owned place. It wasn't like a big business or anything. And she oftentimes would just hate it there. So she had one of her chronic nosebleeds flare up while she was at work and decided, you know what, fuck this. Just having a bad day. And she pinched her nose and like at the same time as pinching it, tried to like sniff really hard, like inhale. And that just like full on just did exactly what she wanted it to do because she sniffed first and then blew. And that caused it to just like 1 hour photo. That scene where like he opens his eyes and like blood just starts gushing out. So she did that and went up to her boss and was like, hey, my eyes are bleeding. Can I go home? And he's freaking the fuck out because, of course, like, what the fuck do you do when, like, a 16-year-old comes up to you with bleeding eyeballs and you work in a hardware store? Like, God only knows what could have happened. So there's one of my sister's many talents. I don't know if she still knows how to do it. She hasn't had nosebleeds like that in a long time. I keep meaning to ask her every time I see her. Your sister's powerful. She really is. My sister, I oftentimes see her as what I would be like if I allowed myself to be the dick that I wanted to be growing up. I was too shy and too heavily punished to get away with any of the things that she did.
But boy, do I wish I did, because she is a take no shit kind of person. She knows what she wants, and she takes what she wants, and she will not let anyone tell her she's not allowed to have it. And I don't mean that to say that she's like a mean person or anything. She's just a no bullshit person. And she works hard. She went through vet training and everything, college and all that. So she works very hard. And I think that's come to benefit her entire life. I'm striving to hold the same standards for myself in my adulthood. Totally get that. Reminds me a lot of my sisters. Youngest one is very no nonsense. Actually, my sister was the one who got me into Stardew Valley. I forget what got her into it, but she just called up Mom one day and was like, hey, you know how you like Animal Crossing? Well, I've got some better shit for you. Throw that schlop in the trash can, because here's Stardew Valley. So she got Mom hooked on it, like, immediately. And me over here, I was being all skeptical, because I had heard about Stardew, but I couldn't imagine that this, like, pixel-style anime character kind of game was going to be any good. Boy, was I wrong. It is a very, very good game. Of course, her and Mom have beat my ass in it, though. They're both so good at it. I'm over here just, like, putzing away, trying to micromanage my crops for the entire season of summer. Welcome, 5 yen. Feel free to just hang out and enjoy the vibes. That's all we're doing. My mom loves Stardew Valley. She has well over 1,000 hours on it. Oh my god. I feel like it was made for moms, to be honest. I'm an egg. You are an egg. Followers can hatch from their eggs, but if you are not a follower, that is totally fine. You can still choose your colors for your egg, and you can still interact with people just as much. That's going to be over here, the twinkle beside my head. That's where you can find the Stream Avatars button. Wow. Thank you for the follow.
5_yen_ can now hatch from their egg.
Your avatar looks so dope. Thank you. I made it myself. Uh-oh. Oh, it's time. He's here. You guys know what time it is.
Music start!
Chi wop by, boing boing. Chi wop by, boing boing. Hey, come on! Moge, 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 moge. Chi wo moge. I'm gonna be honest, I almost forgot he was there. Thank you, Kat, for blessing the stream with Parco Fagore and his beautiful siren song. That would be a redeem that we have for the channel. Speaking of, what's up, Ink Leader? How was your weekend? I'm sorry I didn't get to bump into you again. I've been having a very hard time trying to get some free time with VR chat stuff. It's mostly just because I've been feeling so sick. I'm doing good. Just got a head cold. Making that everybody else's problems with all of my schneefles. I'm barely holding it together from having to wake up stupid early for jury duty. Oh no! Jury duty is truly the worst. And something that they don't tell you. If you work a state job, you get called in for jury duty a lot more than other people. Thankfully, I was excused. Oh, good. Because it's not worth it. Sending you the vibes, Ink. I feel very powerful. Haruko Fagore is well worth the points. He sure is. I still might change the thumb here. I'm gonna leave that blank for now. Have a predicament. I want to sleep, but I want to be awake for two things. One is my girlfriend wants to watch me play more of my Dark Urge playthrough for Baldur's Gate 3. And the other is that my mom promised to get me some takeout after she's done with work in an hour. Oh, food sounds good. Actually, shit, I didn't realize how much later it was right now than I thought. I think I saw a trailer for another mascot horror game, Pinata Puppy World. Okay. I need to know, is that serious or not? Because I have seen things from Pinata Puppy World and I have severe opinions that I'm holding back because I genuinely can't tell if it's serious or a joke. Gotta remember to remind her so that she doesn't forget. What time is it for you? Right now it is 9:30 almost. It's about 9:25. I am in the Eastern time zone, or East American time zone anyway. Pinata Puppy World, that's led by the same fellow who made FNAF in real time. It is serious. Oh my. Okay. So, if it's serious, I need to know. First of all, hold on, where are these images? I was sent these from friends. So I have to find them again. Is it only on Instagram so I can't copy it and show you guys? All right, let me get the one that was sent to me then. All right, I can't find a higher res of this, so we're just going to have to deal with it. Where are you from? I am from America. I'm dying to know your thoughts here. Doesn't have to be tonight, but at some point I'd like to pick your brain. So... this is like a legit... This is the character, right? Like, I'm trying really hard not to say anything that is accidentally insulting because I genuinely couldn't tell if this was a parody or not. That is Loris's original design. Okay. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like it's a little lacking. Because, and I don't know what we're hiding off below camera here. Like, I don't know what they look like anywhere else. But to say that this is a Loch Ness monster creature, at least I'm assuming because of the name Loris Loch Ness, that she is supposed to be some kind of Loch Ness monster. What the fuck am I looking at? This is a new mascot horror that I thought was maybe a joke, but turns out to not be a joke. This is their serious attempt. This is one of the characters from it. It is called Pinata Puppy Playtime? Or Pinata Puppy World? Yeah, Pinata Puppy World. People on Twitter got so mean about these character designs, especially over Loris. The devs got bullied into revamping the character designs. Good. I'm sorry, but this is nothing. I'm really sorry. I don't want to be mean about this. I really don't, because I know this is somebody's art. I know this is somebody's concept. And I don't want to just shit on it for the sake of shitting on it. Like, I know that's how Twitter's going to be with things. There is potential to work with here. But this is just a blue your character here. Like, it's just a person. It's just a dude. This is nothing. Concept-wise, this is spitballing by throwing actual spitballs at the wall and then pointing at the spitball and saying, that's something. The art itself is well executed. The color schemes are great. The UI that we have set up here, this is awesome. But this is a rough character design. And then I have further questions with the other character that I was shown. I just... I'm just gonna let it sit for a minute. Also, sorry, this is the Spanish version, apparently. I'm try and find the English one so we can at least get... Yeah, here's the English version. Oh, it's slightly bigger, hold on. Gay Gecko. This is the one that made me think that this must genuinely be a parody. Like, there's no way that this can be serious, that they are going to name a character Gay Gecko. That one keeps giving me Rise of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles style vibes. Yeah, that's literally what I said when I saw this, because it is 100%, this is a turtle. This is not just a turtle, but this is specifically the Rise of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles turtle. But you can't... I'm sorry, you just can't do this. You cannot name a character Gay Gecko for what is going to be a mascot horror series, which I don't think that we should be considering mascot horror to be a kid's thing anymore. Like, I mean, it obviously is. Kids love horror in general. But, like, Bendy is marketed towards teen, mature. The FNAF movie is not, like, a kid's horror movie. It's Not like your scary godmother-esque kind of kids horror movie. There is a mature element to it. So if that's what we're going to do with this, you're expecting a mature crowd, as in an immature crowd. You're expecting teens. If nothing else, you're expecting teens, not little kids. So why are you calling this character Gay Gecko? You know that's going to present problems. You know that's going to present issues. What are you doing? It's important to note that a number of team members are international, but the lead dev, I'm fairly certain, is American. Even regardless. Like, gay has been the word for queer everything for a long time now. Also, I apologize. Ads are about to start. That's the thing about PPW. It's riding the line where it's calling itself disguised as mascot horror. I'm not sure what it's intended to be. Me either. And much as I hate to say this, not only do I have an issue with these character designs and quote-unquote designs, because again, this isn't even a character. This is literally just a stand-in. There is nothing defining this at all. There's nothing that you could even trademark on this. I know gay means happy. I do. But not in modern times. Nobody uses gay in modern times to say, oh yeah, they're happy. We have to acknowledge that language changes over time. From these two characters that you've shown me, it just looks like a poor attempt to cash grab off popularity of mascot horror. Yeah. Have you seen any of the trailers for it? I was about to get to that. How much... Oh, I hate how much horror... Shit. I hate how much mascot/indie horror has been bottled down to kids' brain rot. But with stuff like this, it's hard to convince people to at least try to take it seriously. Yeah. Obvious reference for lock designs inspired at least fins. Feels like the neck could have been much longer. Anything. It's like a lot of these devs aren't even trying to take the genre seriously themselves. Yeah, they aren't. I'm gay, since you're live right now. Thank you, Katsu. You're not the only one. We are all gay here. In some way, shape, or form. We are somewhere on the rainbow flag. And if you're not, I don't know. It's cool to have you here. But no, I do want to touch on the trailer itself, too, because, you know, we've got our other main character, Pinata Puppy. At least in concept of the 2D art, I see what they wanted to do. Thank you, baby. Sorry that we got derailed on this, but this is actually something I did want to talk with you guys about. Like, they have an interesting idea in trying to tackle mental health topics and nostalgic depression under the guise of mascot horror, but, like, I'm not sure this is working. No, I don't think it is. I think the other thing they're really trying to go for is nostalgia horror. Yes. So, this design frustrates me a lot, and it wouldn't have if it was the only one. But the reason that this frustrates me is because it feels like whoever is behind these designs does have a grasp of character art. Like, there are elements here that are nice. These markings and the color palette for this one is very good. But the overall execution, this is a turtle. This is not a gecko. And I'm pretty sure that it looks more like a frog with these markings than a gecko. So the whole thing is just a very confusing message. Our Loch Ness character, I have nothing I can draw out of this character other than maybe, like, they seem laid back. Again, and that's just because we got half-lidded eyes. There's nothing to work with here. So when we move on to Pinata Puppy, and Pinata Puppy is by far our most detailed design out of all of them. What the fuck is happening in the face? With our other two characters here, and I think there's a fourth one, actually, that I haven't even seen yet. If someone could send me that, I would gladly take a look, but I'm not seeing the reference image for this fourth character. But none of the characters have any blended markings. None of them have, like, it looks like they tried to draw a spiral and then tried to erase it and then gave up halfway through. What this ends up looking like is blood. Like, this ends up looking like the character has, like, face planted into a wall and they've gotten all bloodied and bruised. And I'm really confused over why they did that, when nowhere else on the character's entire design has any kind of blended markings or colors or anything. It's all very crisp, sharp lines. On top of that, it's also a piñata, which is something that generally is a very colorful thing. Most piñatas are, like, crazy colorful. They go all over the rainbow. But with this one, we stuck almost entirely with 3 warm colors. Meanwhile, our gay over here, this guy's got colors ranging all across the color wheel. We've got red, we've got yellow, we've got blue. That's the 3 primary colors plus 1 tertiary. Or I'm sorry, secondary, with this green. So it's very, very bright and colorful. And if anything, this is the most eye-catching design out of all 3 of them. This feels like it should be the main character, not the dog. Because the dog being all these warm colors and everything, this is a really weird palette to have picked. And I'm going to be honest, throwing in the green fingertips just feels like it was an accident, if nothing else. The only thing that ties those green fingertips into this whole character design is the fact that we have a green outline halo floating around it. There's nothing else that draws this very cool green. I am salty. Yes, I'm very salty. Because I am a character artist. This is what I was going to do. You know, before the economy. The reason I take the bigger issue with this, though, is because having been part of the furry community, I am aware of things that already have existed long before this, and there is one fursuiter in particular.
Bubble, you can't say that.
So this is, let me get a clear picture of them. And I will also preface this with saying I don't know them personally. I only know them from seeing pictures and seeing them around and the community as a whole, which I am not super active in. But this fursuiter is known as Bash the Piñata. I believe that's what they go by on all of their social medias. I will link to this. There is an instant different reaction upon seeing this versus when you see the other character. This one, I take one glance at this and I know instantly, that's a piñata. Not only is that a piñata, but that's a furry character. I register both of those traits instantly and unanimously. Whereas when I look at this dog, I don't get piñata. I see these little, like, chips hanging off, and you look like a taco. Like, you look like maybe you should have lettuce sticking out of you or something. Like, there is something about you that looks more like nacho cheese and chips than a piñata. This does not read piñata to me, not at a glance anyway. Whereas this instantly reads as piñata, because we have not all one monochromatic kind of color scheme. We have alternating colors. We've got blue, green, and pink. So it's broken up in a way that shows it in a much higher contrast. Our little square tufts and stuff, they look like actual pieces of a piñata with the... What's the word I'm looking for? I don't know. The streamers and shit. Whereas again, this one just kind of looks like potato chips maybe, like corn chips. I don't feel like it looks the same. It doesn't read the same, I mean. And much as I want to just, like, be like, okay, maybe it's just the 2D art that's the problem. Maybe in 3D it's fine. Maybe it gets better that way. They even dropped it there. They show us the trailer and we get this image. And this is the one that really broke me. This is the 3D model that we have of in-game footage, supposedly, of this character. And props to the modeler. This is a beautiful model. I'm not shitting on that at all. This is well executed. It looks like an anthropomorphic dog. And that's clearly what their goal was. They matched their reference, not you. You know, they got these little nacho chips. Let's get rid of you real quick. You know, it does what it was intended to do, but to me, this doesn't work for mascot horror. This is just a perfect, seamless copy of FNAF. And not even FNAF. This is a copy of fandom FNAF. And if you know anything about letting your fandom run things, which you shouldn't do, once the fandom starts to take these creative liberties over characters, the reason that they start cutifying things, that they start making them delightful and more appealing and more attractive, that's not what you want when you're making these designs, when you're making a horror, because now you've taken it out of your realm of scary. The whole point with mascot horror is horror. You've taken the mascot part very well, but you've forgotten the horror part entirely. The only way I can see this being done in a horror way is the eyes are going to do something fucky that are going to make them look creepy, just like in FNAF, where we take them and turn them all black, and maybe it'll open its mouth, which it doesn't even look like it can do that, because it's a solid head, and there'll be sharp teeth. That's not scary. That's cookie cutter. That is literally base formula of how to pass as a horror-fitting category, but not a successful horror. There's nothing about this design that evokes anything in me other than, I guess, contempt. And again, we have this like weird red spiral that you hardly can even make out. The only thing that it does is muddy up the face and make the face harder to see. And just, at the end of the day, nothing about this stands out. And that's upsetting. I don't mean this to sound like I'm just dunking on it. I want this to be taken creatively. I want this to be taken as feedback to understand that this is pandering. What you've done, what you've created, this is just following a safely pre-written route that you've watched all these other quote-unquote mascot horrors do, making sure you stick to the exact same formula. Oh, well, we've got 4 main characters. Oh, we've got 4 animatronics, and they're all cute and cuddly little animal creatures that are anthropomorphic. And oh, they're gonna turn scary when the lights go out. Okay, well, that's just FNAF. There's nothing different about it. Fandom shouldn't be what drives the game. Yeah, it can be the backbone, but a good game should be what you know people will like. A good game shouldn't pander. You are not here making this game to try and appease as many people as you can. And if you are, don't be fucking making games. I'm gonna be harsh about this. If your goal is to just pander and make money, don't fucking waste our time. Like, for real. Because this is just slop. This is garbage. If that's all your goal is. And that's what this is feeling like right now. And I don't want it to feel that way. I want it to be its own thing. I want it to stand on its own. I want it to succeed. And that's why I'm being aggressive about it right now, because this is rotten. I feel like they have something they can work with all this, but it just feels like nobody on the team is bold enough to make any solid decisions, to make any commitment. And I run into this issue a lot of the time with people making OCs and whatnot. Just like the thought process of it has to be likable. No. Stop worrying about likable. Stop worrying about, are the kids going to want this? Are they going to want to buy plushies of this? Are enough people going to want to fuck this to make it successful? No. Stop focusing on that. Stop worrying on that. This is too likable. This is too cute. You fucked up the horror aspect. So this works great for a kids show on PBS. You've done well with that. But you've forgotten your horror element. And also, just what the fuck? Gay gecko! Stop it! There are so many other synonyms for happy words that start with G. I'm gonna fucking eat this creature. I hate this. Name it glad gecko. Fucking anything. Gilbert. Anything. And this. My God, this just looks like a fucking stand-in in the background of Solar Opposites. Please. We have to fix this. Maybe I'll do a stream after I finish these emotes of just redesigning these characters. Not to be I hate those trends where people are like, I'm gonna fix this series. Like I know that went really hard with Has-Been, but part of me wants to with this because I feel like this is truly a bad example of people just not having a clear direction. Are you a mascot game or are you a horror game? Because right now this is a mascot game. Part of what bugs me about it, the way the team behind it talks about it, talks like it's trying to be something standout and new, but it's very much the same as what we've already seen. Yeah, there's nothing new about this. And it makes me sad. I don't like to shit on things. I don't like to be mean. I really prefer to just, I don't know, compliment and see the good and stuff. And it makes me sad when I see stuff like this that is being put into production. It's like, I would love to work on something like this. Me personally, I would love to be onboarded to work on any kind of project like this one day. And then I see this and it's like, well, there goes another project that's not going to be anything other than brain rot. Where have you been all my life? Thank you. You've articulated exactly what I've been feeling. Oh, make something that speaks to you. I am. That's why I'm learning how to do all this stuff. I am hoping to get into game dev one day so that I can actually work on these things. And I do have plans in mind for different game concepts that I would like to make if I ever get to that point in life. Popple will be very much with us for the long haul because he is my testing dummy. He is going to be our little guy who we find out how this stuff works with. Gleeful. Gleeful would work. I meant that by doing it your way, but don't make questionable decisions that could make the game unfun, like microtransactions. But also, most people are going to want a scary game, not a cute game. Ever see Angel Hair? Yeah, Angel Hair was fantastic. I really liked Angel Hair. That one, I was surprised too, because that one, like, it hooked me in the beginning as sort of a mascot horror, like, ARG-esque kind of thing. And then to find out that it was sort of like a Christian-based thing, but not in the way that, like, FNAF. In more so a way of, like, just kind of having a weird religious take on it, but in a way that didn't upset me. I liked that. I really, really liked that, actually. I feel like there is a place for everything in this world, and, well, not everything. There's no place for Nazis in this world. We aren't going to get political here. There's a place for a lot of things, though, and I feel like religion is a cool topic that can be done well, but is just too sensitive of a topic a lot of the time. Don't mind them if they're... Oh, if there are in the context of personal redesign for fun, but designs are fun. Yeah, I don't like to say somebody's art is bad or somebody's designs are bad. Unless it's Loris Loch Ness, in which case, yes, it's very bad. I'm so sorry. It's just a person. They're just standing there. I'm sorry, I'm trying to keep up with chat, and I just keep going off on tangents. Want to get into game dev? Hell yeah! Follow your dreams, 5 yen. Trying to get the game out next year? Just launched their Kickstarter the weekend after Poppy Chapter 4 came out. Oh my god. Tribe 9, Zenless Zone 0,
like game made by the makers of Danganronpa just released. I'm afraid I don't know much about Danganronpa. Next year, they've got enough done to get it finished by next year. Apparently, they've got several parts of the game done, but I don't know how much in the grand scheme of things. Part of me was thinking, what if the Amazing Digital Circus is secretly a very well done analog horror? I mean, I think it's trying kind of to be, but I'm not sure. I think it's more of just a show, but it's got its moments. Angel Hair was nice in just having the subversion of the monster actually be kind and caring towards the protagonist. Yeah! Oh, to those of you who don't know, Angel Hair is a YouTube series. Let me link to that, because I would like to promote that. It's one that is a smaller mascot horror kind of thing, but not really. I mean, it's its own unique standout thing. But it's well worth a watch. You can kind of blast through it pretty fast. I believe this is the full playlist. I'm not totally sure. Here we are. I think I'm not taking PPW super seriously for now. It's made by a bunch of teenagers and young adults who are learning the ropes. Give them time, maybe. Okay, I did not know that. If that's the case, then a lot of this is making a lot more sense. This makes no sense. I don't know how anyone ever thought that this was an okay name. I'm not saying that gay can't be a name, but I'm saying that if you're making a mascot horror that is for any ages other than adults, don't name your character gay. Just don't. You know this. My biology teacher knew this. That's why she started going off on us about how we're all a bunch of homos. You're a homo, and you're a homo. They only made one project so far and has not handled it too well in a lot of ways. I'm sure that they will make the same mistakes happen here. Oh. Getting mad at teenagers and newbies, sheesh. No, either way, if it's total garbage, they're still making something, and I do give them credit for that. That is still a large feat. That is something they should be proud of. I hope that it is not, that the feedback is not discouraging enough to stop them from creating. I hope that they listen to the feedback. They do really have a original the character vibes, though. It's one of those things where, like, as soon as I saw them, I could tell, like, oh no, this is the newer generation of Tumblr kids. Like, the art is speaking for itself with this. I should also say with that note, because I know that can be taken a very negative way. If you are just creating characters for funsies, create whatever the ever-loving fuck you want. I know I'm being harsh on this, but that's because this is supposed to be a marketed thing. This is being made by an independent company, yes, but it's being marketed. And that's where I start to have issues because, you know, that's a job. Being a professional character designer is a job, and it requires studying. It requires discipline. It requires knowing these things, knowing what does and does not work with a character, knowing color theory, knowing how to do silhouette work. Take one look at that Loris character and tell me that there was absolutely any silhouette work done whatsoever. The rule, like the golden rule of being a character designer, is that you should be able to recognize each character of the thing that you're doing if they are in silhouette and bald. I love Bendy and the Ink Machine to pieces, but dear God, it is full of mistakes that happen, and things that the game devs needed to learn from. It was their first game together, and was never going to be perfect. But it was valuable to explore, not despite, but because of that. Exactly. What Laura's character? Oh, the one that we were just talking about from this Puppy Pinata World game. It's a new mascot horror series that is currently teasing coming out in the next year. Which, unfortunately, it's got some pretty mixed reactions to. But no, I completely agree with what you're saying, Kat. Also, in complete relation to that as well is, for my opinion anyway, the direction that FNAF is taking since being handed over to Steel Wool. Steel Wool had a lot that they needed to figure out in doing what they did with that game. Or with the first game anyway. But it's very obvious that they have learned from it, and they are continuing to learn. And in seeing the trailer for the Mimic game that's coming out, it's just starting to show more and more how much they're growing. And now maybe that they are being given enough time to actually finish a game, and potentially even being told what the plot of the game is supposed to be before making it. I'm really glad that they've continued to be able to work on these games. I have a lot of respect for the people over at Steel Wool. I say that as a grand, sweeping notion, not for any in particular person, because I could not name a single person who works there. I do not know who works there. I just sort of mean as a whole. Learned to push and rework a bit, and been going with what has been less for fashion, more for fun, and what fits. With a little bit of fashion that looks simple but fun depending on the detail. Yeah! We'll see when the game comes out. Not for nothing, but Scott is still learning too. He's never worked with other devs like this before. Communicating like this is very new to him, and it's going to take time for everyone to get good at this. I have strong opinions towards Scott, but I will spare those since I've already given a lot of strong opinions towards this puppy game. I don't want to immediately overwhelm everybody with me going off full bird brain. I can imagine. I'd love to hear the opinions. Like I said, I feel like if they made all the characters pinatas, it would work a little better. It would, but then it would probably cross over way too much with the Viva Pinata territory. Let's be real, who truly remembers Viva Pinata? It's funny because I feel like a lot of people remember it, but don't remember anything from it. Should have seen my outfit for my demon character before I switched over to my Toriyina redesign. The outfit was giving very kinky king, but not like Kamoshida from Persona 5. Like, actually cool. I think I want to try and droop this antenna a little bit more this direction. How can we do that without losing it, though? I think my attitude is that everyone is still learning in their crafts, so I try not to be too hard on people, but sometimes I get so riled up when ideas have great potential and then miss the mark. Mood! Big mood!
Don't ever get me started on the disconnect between the Bendy games and the books. I will not shut up. Oh no, there's books for Bendy? Of course there's books for Bendy. Drew him in that outfit on stream once in a cool pose. Realized later into how Bayonetta coded it looked. There are books and they got decanonized, and I'm still mad about it a year and a half later. Oh. Well, at least they're willing to say whether or not something is canon in Bendy. Maybe one of these days we'll do like a character design workshop or something with you guys. Actually, no, that should be a pre-recorded thing. Because if I don't pre-record it, I'm gonna never keep my facts straight and I'm gonna just go off on tangents the entire way through. But I do feel like it's kind of becoming a lost art, especially now that schools aren't really prioritizing art. Like, unless you have an in already, going to college for character design and character art and any kind of, like, actual media production is not gonna be around for much longer. Sad as that is. I mean, it'll be available for the ritzy bitches, but most of us aren't those. That would be a cool stream to do. I have a sneaking suspicion they were taken out of the canon due to really poor fandom reaction to one of them being made into a graphic novel. That's why it's frustrating. Ah. It's a shame that so many of the independent horror, mascot horror stuff, like, they've all kind of suffered the same curse of corporate capitalism decisions ruining what could have been a good thing. And it's not even just like the games. Oh, thank you for the posture check, because I am leaning real far on that arm. But yeah. It's not even just the games, though. It's the comics, it's the books, it's the everything. Find me a single piece of FNAF media that's not got blatant budget cuts. Always turn into a shrimp when I draw. Me too. That's why I've got you guys to keep me in check. Oh my goodness. One day, if I ever have the nerve, I want to make a visual novel that continues the Bendy book, Fade to Black. It lends itself so well to the game, I want to see it happen. I would love to see that happen. If you ever feel like starting something like that, I will gladly cheer you on. This is a space where we're going to make those dreams come true, y'all. You tell me about a project that you want to work on? Okay. Start working on it. I'm here to be your biggest fan. I'm going to be psyched over every little thing that you do for it. Much appreciated. Let's do it. Let's fucking go! I feel like these eyes are really wide set all of a sudden. I can't tell. Maybe we'll scooch this one over a little more. Always wanted to start a webtoon since we are already talking about starting projects. I just don't know how to get into it. Just start. It doesn't matter. You can start by doodling on a page in a sketchbook ideas of what you want to do. Start by writing a transcript. Or if that doesn't work, start just writing individual, like drawing individual scenes of things that you want to happen. Eventually, you'll be able to turn that into a story. It doesn't matter if it's done right. There is no right. It's art. I want you guys to do things. I want you to do things badly. Sucking at something is the first step to being kind of good at something. So, make it. Make it exist. You can always make it better, but you have to make it exist first. A lot of the advice that I throw at you guys like that is the same stuff that I tell myself every single day that I stream. Because I don't know what I'm doing. I'm going through life as a hot mess. My plans did not work out. And now I don't know what I'm doing, and that's okay. I'm figuring it out. It's been lovely. I'm gonna go hit the hay. Have a lovely stream, and hopefully I'll catch you again soon. Thank you very much, 5yen. It was wonderful having you here. You have been a delightful presence, and I hope you get some good sleep. Actually, let me check our time real quick. Okay, yeah, that is correct. We are within our last avatar. Oh, last hour of the stream. So even though we didn't get to Canes yet, we'll see how it goes. I'm not too pressed to. If nothing else, we'll start on some of the sketching parts for Kane. And actually figure out where we want to put his teeth and all that jazz. Ooh. Wow. Hello, Rosie. Oh no. I kind of struggled to get that awa out then. Am I gonna lose my voice from this? Then you guys are really gonna have to deal with croaky frag. Rosie. What have you been getting up to today? Ah. I don't feel like my voice is going so much, but it might sneak up on me. We'll be able to track it in the VOD. I did notice in my voice test this morning that I've been sounding more and more sickly. As long as I'm not feeling more and more sickly, though, that's the one we want to watch out for. I'm not in love with this part of the antenna. I've been playing Baldur's Gate 3 and I just closed the game and now I remember that I want reference screenshots of my characters. Oh!
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you, Cat. Actually, that reminded me I should put on some chapstick. Winter, it has been rushed, or rough. Rushed? What is happening? Am I having a stroke? Ugh, the chap lip saga continues.
Bet I can smash that.
No! It is cold where I am. God, yeah. We're supposed to get more snow tomorrow. Maybe even tonight. Minus 40? Holy shit! Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. I'm forgetting. Hold on, I'm forgetting temperatures. What? That feels like insanely cold. Not up here. If it's Celsius, they're dead. Not sure if it's actually minus 40 or if it feels like it's minus 40, but either way, it's cold as shit. Probably minus 30 at the worst. That's still, that's so cold. On average, I'd say we get that at least once a year up here in the old Canada. Oh, okay, you're way further north than I realized. I'm not made for cold weather. What? Rosie!
Sorrowful Roses just shared 1 bits.
What are you doing? Hand time? No, it's not hand time. It's never hand time. He's so empty. He's just gonna be full of hands. It's not even gonna be a hand fro. You have to let me finish this emote. I can't keep letting you derail me. And by letting you, I mean intentionally letting myself.
Hey, what's up?
You could always use a little helping hand. Oh, shit, Rosie! Did I tell you that I'm pretty sure that's what I'm gonna name the player character? Oh god. It's happening.
Katsu Drawn just cheered 71 bits.
Oh, Popple's become full of gay. Oh my god, there's so many! Oh my god! They just keep going! How many did you do? Popple! Well... Now there's no room for hands. Thank you, Katsu. You have saved us from Rosie. The gay will protect us from the hands. I'd argue we should fill it with crabs. That way Zooble doesn't feel alone as they're the only one with a crab claw. Save some for us. I'll make room. No! Oh god. Nope, there she goes.
Sorrowful Roses just cheered 10
Oh no,
bits.
oh no, they're just gonna sit on top. Good job, Mosasaur. Whoever you are. Who is that? God Creator 21. You did your best to prevent the handpocalypse. You and Katsu both. I don't think I want to give him crabs. I mean, I guess technically someone would be able to give Popple crabs, because there is a crab in the gacha. Rosie, how did you become Popple's main antagonist? How did you become my main antagonist via Popple? Bury it with gay!
Katsu Drawn just cheered 50 bits.
Oh no! Oh no, they're deflecting it! Oh no! He can't hold all this gay. Y'all are ridiculous. The iridescent rain blesses us. Never say never. Because I wanted to give him... I want him to give me kisses. He needs to have cookies and cuddles with me. He does. Bury the sin in gay. Let's do a little bit of blushy across the face, too. No, Rosie!
Sorrowful Roses just cheered 19 bits.
Look at that, look at that! The gay's saving us! The gay prevented any further hands. No!
Katsu Drawn just cheered 25 bits.
There goes another! It's the great Katsu Rosie Wars. No! I'm never gonna get this emote done because I'm being too entertained by you guys.
Just cheered 17 bits.
That last one felt like it was an insult. The way it bounced back up into him. Oh no, oh no, there's 3 different waves of hands now. Oh, there's like a serpent coiled up in there. I feel like I need to incorporate it into Popple's lore now. That he has some kind of hand phobia. Purely because of Rosie.
Katsu Drawn just cheered 25 bits.
Oh no! Oh, all the puppies! No! They're going into the digital lake! Wait! Rosie! How many bits have you got?
Sorrowful Roses just cheered 8
There's
bits.
nothing left. He can fit no more. Thank you both. But also, why? You've both spent all your bits on Popple. Popple, look at what they've done to you. And of course, Rosie's just standing up on top, marveling at her work. I want a hug and forehead kisses. He should be able to respond to that if you kiss him. I was going to play around with that a little bit earlier today, but I did not have the time that I was hoping for. Too much time has been spent with the schneefels. Well, butter my biscuits. That kiss was sweeter than a peach cobbler. Y'all just made my day. Aww. That was sweet, Popple. Oh, Rosie, you're so cute. I try, but only for y'all. I appreciate you, Rosie. Oh yeah, I didn't add the thumb. I honestly think it would be easier to do that. Just kind of fold it in like that. And think no further on it. That's gonna be our final ad break for the night. Coming up in about a minute here, because we're sort of off track with our time schedule. We had an hour and a half for the part of the video that got chopped off early. What are we at right now? Yep, so we'll have about half an hour after this ad break, and then we will be done. And that is perfectly timed because Zooble is just about done as well. I don't think that there's much else that we need for this one. Maybe like a little kind of nervous sweat drop. Thank you, baby. Oh, the bottom lashes. The ones that I've forgotten on pretty much every other version. Do they have top lashes? No. Cool. I like that. Keep it simple. Yeah, I don't think we could have fit them on any of the other ones. And that's okay. Because now it's time for color. Yeah, I didn't put them on the tired Zooble because it was getting a little bit too clustered in there for the actual size of the emote. It just kind of turned that whole area black and lost all of the detail. And that's something I've had to be conscious of both on her and on Pomni. Although on Pomni, I think I could go back and squeeze them on, at least on this one. This one, I straight up forgot. So I have to go back and add that. But that's why I said that these are not fully done. There's still little bits all of them need. Like Gangle, I need to change some of the color on the lines. I need to add some effects, color and all around. But reason for that is because I will be doing that part off stream so that the final renders of the images will have to be acquired only via buying them, because there are thieves out there for everything. It is all too easy to just take a screenshot while I'm streaming, because I am drawing at higher res. And if you're the kind of person who's going to do that, then oh well. Oops. It is obvious that you're the kind of person who was not going to support my work anyway. And there is no point in arguing with somebody who thinks that theft is better. Because I'm gonna be honest, y'all, if you don't have the money for something that I'm selling, please tell me. Like, I'm not the kind of person... I would rather give it to you myself for free than have you steal it. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, yeah, no, you're not entitled to some emote PNGs because you're poor. That's definitely not how my brain operates. If you can't afford it, I understand. We are not living in a very good economy right now. But I do wish that you would respect me as an artist and just tell me. Don't just steal. Ah! Positive thought. Hey guys, don't forget to show the Burb some love because he works so hard and we want to hype them up because they're a sweetheart and deserve the love. Rosie! Ah! That's supposed to be my job for when you're streaming. We love you, bitch. I love you, bitch. I ain't ever gonna stop loving you, bitch. I do real quick need to find a picture of what the fuck color Zooble's crab claw is. Oh god, they've got a whole other part of their arm before the crab claw. Okay, crap. Oh yeah, I do see that down there now. Well, shit. Like a little bit more of a peachy tone. And we have yellow for the lower part there. Let's just use the same red as the rest of the arm, though. No one's gonna know. Oop, that's not what I wanted. There we are. Okay, now I can see chat again. I just glanced over to Popple. What the fuck? Rosie and Katsu got in a bit war. Does the mirror look? I do love your art. It's so expressive. Thank you. Thank you, Stevie Skeleton. I feel like, Rosie, have you rated out to this person before? To Stevie? Hold on, I'm doing a little snooping. Oh my gosh, your character is so cute! Okay, ignore me, I'm just dropping a follow. Alright, let's grab our pink heart from Gangle. Oopsie. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I love being able to meet new artists on here. Especially you guys that all have different styles and whatnot. I love getting to see other people's styles. I've definitely seen you around at some point, Stevie. You know what? No, I say that too confidently. I've recently learned that my memory is absolute garbage. But I might be confusing you with one of the many other skilly tubers that I have seen, because unfortunately, I do tend to confuse similar looking skulls, because I have 0 object permanence. But, either way, you all look fucking cool, and I love seeing all of your art. So it's just another one that I get to follow. And marvel at. Oops. On the wrong layer again. I'm a skilly, I'm a cartoon skeleton, and nice to meet you too, Rosie. I have bumped into quite a few of the skilly crew from Rosie's branch of Twitch. I think you guys are really cool. I'm yet to meet a skeleton that I don't like. One thing that we don't have on this one is the big blue circle thing, but I don't think that's gonna matter. I don't think we need that visible in this one. Alright, let's go ahead and give some pink to that blush. What did we use for Ragatha's blush? We used her red. Let's see how that looks. Pretty instantly gone, actually. We'll keep that on the wing. And then we'll use the pinker pink that we used on Homni. Or the parts that are on their face. No. That also disappears. Maybe we can do a slightly lighter. In fact, if we go as far as white, it might even still look pink. Because the area around it is pink. Yep, I think it's better to go brighter than it is to go darker. We're all just a silly group. Yay, you got your references, reference images. I don't know what was happening to the end of that sentence then. I told y'all, my brain's fried at this point. I feel like I've heard of you through a friend. The Skellies are normally pretty chill and fun bunch of bones. I'm in the Skelly. Oh, you guys have a whole fucking Discord? Damn, I gotta find the Dino Discord. Maybe you've seen me in there, but I do follow you too, Rosie. We'll go with white for the middle one. And then I'm gonna make sure that we kind of fix up this side one here on the eye. If anything, we might be able to go even redder with the one on the wing. You know what? Better yet, let's do an airbrush. A gradient, sort of. Oh, that's not gradient. Just try and make it a little redder. Maybe. Not sure how much I like that. But at least they look flustered. That was the goal. Shared them in show and tell if you want to see. Absolutely. Let me go take a look. Ooh. Oh, they're so pretty. Have you got a mod on for face customization and stuff? I actually haven't played with any of those because I only just started to play around with some of the different species ones. Oh, I love the haircut on the shorter hair one. High key might get one like that myself soon. Oh, they are both beautiful. Knew I recognized the name when you came in. I have heard how nice you are from some of my friends. You really are chill. And I do like your style. Zooble's so cute. Almost all of my mods are cosmetic. Hell yeah. I'm gonna have to look into those then, because boy, the faces that it comes with, they leave a lot to be desired. Yeah, you really can't see this blush at all on the main part of the face. We'll just have to kind of keep... I wonder if maybe if we change it to a pinkier pink for that part. No. No. Well, it doesn't add much, but it adds something. And there is a chance that doing it a little on top of the line work itself may also help. But not too much, because then it can end up overwhelming. Not on top of the eyes. It doesn't make a whole lot of a difference, but maybe just enough. So the only place that's really impacting anything is the corners around the eyes, but because of how pink Zooble's head already is, maybe play it off of the purple a little. I thought about that, but my concern with it is because it's such a tiny emote that the purple might be mistaken for looking sick. I feel like it's probably safer to play with it being more like this as opposed to ill. We can try though. Let's see. Yeah. Maybe blue? Oh, no. That's alright. It's still a good emote. It's okay. I could have done better if I really, really wanted to, but this is just the weakest of Zooble's bunch. Nothing wrong with that. So I'm going to call that one done. At least for the time being. And let's go ahead and save it as a PNG. Close it. Reopen. Drop it on over
Bet
here.
I can smash that.
And with that, the Zoobinator is done. Which leaves only our final boss, Kane. The one that I have been dreading from the beginning. And so with our last, what do we have here? Honestly, we don't have a lot of time here, so I don't think it's worth our time to dive too far into that. Bad news is, it took me this long to eat something. Good news, I'm actually eating something tonight. Good! You eat when you can. I know I face that struggle myself a lot. Me when I ask Frag for forehead kisses. Kane, my man. Yeah, Kane's the one who I've kind of been really afraid of. Mostly just because I want his teeth to look good. And I know they're not, because they're also eyebrows. I have to pick, and I'm so bad at picking. Give him canines. How dare you, Katsu? Hopefully it won't be that bad. My biggest hang up with him really has been that he just kind of keeps looking like a Fairly Odd Parents character. Like, particularly this middle one, for some reason, he looks especially Fairly Odd Parents. Like, all he needs are the little fairy wings and replace his hat with a crown and give him a wand. Teeth for a face. I think I can feel that as a skelly. We're adventuring a bank, Pomni. Keep up. Oh, God. All right. So we are at... Hey, we're at the 420 mark. I want to make sure our time is going to pan out at exactly at least 6 hours. So we do need to go... How much time do we have here? A little less than 10 minutes. You know what? That's perfect. That is absolutely perfect, because now I get to get revenge on Frosty. Maybe. Let's see how long they've been going. They've only been at it for about 3 hours. They know I'm coming. I guarantee it. So, that being said, let's go ahead and wrap things up here. I'll migrate over to our other window to close things off for the evening. Oh! Okay, that one scared me. And there we are. Nice and easygoing nighttime. Is Abel a retainer? Alright. Well, you guys are a little bit familiar with Frosty. Frosty Fiend. They are also a Transformers fan, but they are much more so than I have been in recent times. They are also an artist and a model maker as well. Right now they are streaming VR chat in one of the models that they have been wearing of their character Frostbite, I think is the name. I'd have to double check on that. I'm sorry, I keep using they by default. That's just like my go-to safety pronoun, but I believe her pronouns are just she, her, or she, they. Okay, and before we do that, we'll do our closing schedule stuff. So tomorrow, that is our Wacky Wednesdays. Depending on whether or not it has snowed, I may or may not have my therapy appointment beforehand, and hopefully everything will be fine. Sometimes there are bad therapy days, though, so that's why I'm kind of debating changing Wacky Wednesdays to a different day. Just as like a precautionary thing, because when you have a bad therapy day, you don't really want to entertain people. But we will see. I don't expect anything to come up, though. I don't have anything set on the schedule for tomorrow. I do have some thoughts and some ideas of what we might do, but I'm kind of playing that one by ear. So we will see. And then Thursday, 3D Thursday, we're going to be picking up on Dog Day once again, working on him a little bit more, hopefully doing more than just fluffing up his ears, because I would like to get him done and uploaded ASAP. But aside from that, I don't have anything else on the docket. Let's go ahead and get our raid set up. If you like what you have experienced here, you're going to love Frosty. Frosty is very much so on the same wavelength as me, but I would say a little bit more on the combative side with her audience, which I love. She bullies you back. And she's also on VR chat right now with full body tracking, which is a really cool thing to watch if you've never gotten to experience that.
So here's our raid message. Raptor raid. Get loved on, nerd. So go ahead and copy and paste that if you wish. And if you don't wish to, just make sure you bring a positive energy. Otherwise, I love you guys so much. It was an absolute pleasure to hang out with you today. Thank you all for being here. I hope we get to see you again more throughout the week. I will see you guys again later. Goodbye.